have a federal warrant for this address. Keep your hands up and follow orders. This is the FBI. We have a warrant for this.
They handcuffed me and my wife out here. They wanted me to sit on the curb while they were carrying this out, something that I refused to do. They wanted my wife to sit on the curb out here, that she refused to do.
As I was coming out, this big old drone met me.
The only revolutionary organization that's done something here on the ground practically for African people is the one that's come under attack. Institution that offers a community radio station, a newspaper, a commercial kitchen, an Aquaba Hall rental space, and community office for our organizers. That was the building that has come under attack.
You need a breach? What do you need? Need one. I don't know. Oh, it's all better than money. Don't take it.
We will build a movement of white people that says hands off the Uhuru Movement.
They see in the African People's Socialist Party a vanguard for the struggle for the liberation of our people. They see that because not just what we do here in the United States, but because we had the temerity to do like Garvey, to do like Malcolm X, and take the struggle of black people around the world.
Uhuru, and welcome back to the official broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three. My name is Stephanie Midler, and I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee, an organization of white people formed in 1976 by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, winning white people into principled solidarity with the African liberation movement and the struggle for reparations to African people. I am also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Steering Committee, which for more than 2 years now has waged a relentless counteroffensive against the US government's attempts to silence the voice of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Movement. Today, I'm coming to you live again from St. Louis, Missouri, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party and the home of the dynamic anti-gentrification and economic development program of the party, known as the Black Power Blueprint. We will learn more about this incredible program under the leadership of the Deputy Chair of the African People's Socialist Party, Ona Zene Yeshitela, today as part of this broadcast. So I am joined today by Comrade Mariah, also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Committee, who will be the co-host for today's broadcast. Uhuru, Comrade Mariah.
Uhuru. Thank you, Stephanie. I'm honored to serve as one of the hosts of today's broadcast and to support the counteroffensive being waged by the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Committee for what is certainly the most important free speech case of our time. We opened our broadcast this morning with a video of the violent pre-dawn raids that were carried out by the U.S. government through the FBI on July 29, 2022, raids that took place at 7 homes and offices of the APSP in both St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Petersburg, Florida. 9 months after that violent attack, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the APSP, and 2 leaders of the party Solidarity Movement, Penny Hess, chairwoman of the APSC, and Jesse Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, were indicted on bogus charges of being agents of the Russian government. We are clear that these charges are an absolute attack on free speech and the people's right to come to our own positions regarding matters of national and international policy of the U.S. government. We are now in week 2 of the trial of the Uhuru 3, which began last week on Tuesday, September 3rd. Every day since the trial began, the court has been packed with Uhuru 3 and free speech supporters from throughout the country. Cameras are not allowed in the court. However, we have to ensure that the people are able to stay informed about what is happening in court every day. And also, we believe it is critically important to provide everyone with the real information about Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the history and work of the APSP and Uhuru Movement. So we have initiated this daily broadcast that includes live trial updates in English, French, and Spanish, historical footage and classical presentations from Chairman Omali Yeshitela and other Uhuru Movement leaders. We're highlighting the work of the Uhuru Movement internationally, including our important work happening on the ground in Africa and in Europe, and I'm making sure to acquaint you with the dual power economic development programs of our movement that have also come under attack by the U.S. government. We intend to give you all the information you need to understand who Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Uhuru 3 are, to show you the history, work, and trajectory of the Uhuru Movement so that you, the people, can have the confidence to know that it is the state that is guilty of attacking the people's constitutional right to free speech, and that the Uhuru 3 are absolutely not guilty of the charges being leveled against them. Right now, I'd like to turn it back over to Comrade Stephanie, who would read the trial update for yesterday, Monday, September 9th. Uhuru, Stephanie.
Uhuru, Mariah, thank you so much. I have the honor of reading this trial update and summary from yesterday, Monday, September 9th, 2024. So, day 5, FBI lead investigator exposed. On Monday, September 9th, 2024, the free speech trial of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville began its second week. Proceedings were delayed because 2 jurors had not arrived. One of the missing jurors arrived late, and then at 9:45 a.m., Judge William Jung declared that he would give the other absent juror 30 more minutes, and then he would remove her from the jury. Attorney Mutaki Akbar raised the fact that the missing juror was the only African on the jury. He asked the judge to replace her with the sole African juror in the pool of alternates who had been seated in the jury box throughout the trial. The judge refused and seated a white juror. The 12-person jury now has no African members. Defense cross-examines the FBI's lead investigator. Uhuru 3 attorneys forced the lead investigator and the FBI's star witness to admit that there was no evidence to prove accusations made in the Department of Justice's indictment. They exposed as lies the DOJ statements that there are Russian interferences in the mayoral campaign of Jesse Neville. Uhuru 3 attorney, quote, "Do you have any evidence of Russian interference in the 2017 St. Petersburg, Florida mayoral campaign of Jesse Neville?" FBI, quote, "No." Uhuru 3 attorney, quote, "Why was that accusation included in the indictment?" FBI, quote, "I didn't write the indictment." Uhuru 3 attorney, quote, "When you were in discussions with the DOJ about the indictments, you were aware that there was no evidence of Russian interference in Jesse Neville's electoral campaign?" FBI, quote, "Yes." Uhuru 3 attorney, quote, So a press release was issued saying that the Russian government was interfering in US elections through Jesse Neville's campaign, while you knew there was absolutely no evidence of that. FBI, quote, yes. The government claimed that the Uhuru Movement's petition charging the US government with genocide was a Russian intervention. Uhuru 3 attorney Leonard Goodman asked the witness if she was aware of the We Charge Genocide petition submitted by Black leaders to the UN in 1951. She was not. The jury begins to know the African People's Socialist Party. Despite their intentions, the government's evidence and witnesses introduced to the jury the philosophy and history of the African People's Socialist Party and its philosophy of African internationalism. They showed a video of Jesse Neville describing the Uhuru Movement's position that the land of the Americas belongs to the indigenous people. The government played recordings of Zoom meetings to plan a protest against Facebook's censorship. In these recordings, Chairman Omali described the basis for the party's opposition to Facebook. It overlapped with Russian concerns, but went further. Facebook is owned by rich white people to dumb down the population. Chairman Omali explained that Facebook is tied to NATO when it blocks divergent views on the conflict in Ukraine. This role is reflected in the participation of Mark Zuckerberg in the annual Munich Security Conference and Facebook's cooperation with US intelligence surveillance efforts. Uhuru 3 attorney Goodman asked the lead FBI case agent if she had ever read the platform of the African People's Socialist Party. She had not. Goodman explained that this platform was adopted in 1979 and remains the same today. Monday's proceedings concluded the cross-examination and redirect of the prosecutor's main witness, the FBI special agent in charge of the surveillance and frame-up of the Uhuru 3. Tuesday, today, the government will bring one more witness and present closing arguments. Then the Uhuru 3's defense will be presented. Supporters are encouraged to attend the trial in Tampa beginning at 9 a.m. this morning at Federal Court Building. Follow the case, and for all the details about where the federal court building is, what to do, what not to do, what to wear, what not to wear, all those details can be found at handsoffuhuru.org. Okay, and back to you, Mariah.
Good, Stephanie. Now we want to bring you to the African Nation Fight song, written and composed by African People's Socialist Party member, Comrade Alikia Ngoro Uhuru.
Africa, we are winning. Shout Uhuru for our freedom. We are winning. We'll dance and sing songs when revolution's won. We are winning. Africa's best. We are winning. Love Patrice Lumumba's life won't be in vain. We are winning. Keep up the work in Marcus Garvey's name. We are winning. Independent and free is what we will be. We are winning. Africa will bask in our victory. We are winning. Long live the liberation of our African nation. Freedom to organization. Socialist world our creation. 1 billion strong, yes, we are one. We are winning.
Uhuru. All right, so before we go to the next segment of our broadcast, I want to call on everyone who is with us today to join us in an important calling campaign in support of the Uhuru 3. You can find the details about this calling campaign by going to our website, handsoffuhuru.org, and clicking on the green button for the call-in. I want to take a moment now to talk about the significance of the call-in and to go through the instructions for how to carry it out. Of course, if you're in the Tampa Bay area, or if you know people in the Tampa Bay area, we call on you to attend the trial and help pack the courthouse. But no matter where you are, you can help send this message to the world that we are watching this case, that we are invested in the outcome, that we understand the significance to the question of free speech. By participating in the call-in campaign. So you can see here, this is the website, the homepage. You can click right there, participate in international call-in campaign to defend the Uhuru 3. When you click on that button, it brings you to a set of slides that gives really clear instructions about the campaign. So the title slide here, Hands Off Uhuru. The next slide gives you some basic instructions for the call-in. It's a strategic approach that the Uhuru campaign is taking on to make this as effective as possible. So instructions like be polite. It's a nonpartisan issue. We want to call as a concerned citizen, not with an affiliation to any organization, etc. So just make sure and go through those points before you make your calls. The next slide shows the call-in information to the Department of Justice. That's one of the calls we're asking people to make. And then you have a little script here that includes the case number, which is really key. You want to make sure and give the case number when you do the call-in. It gives you a little script here of what to say. You can make it your own, obviously. The next slide is the call-in information for the White House. Same thing, it gives the call-in information, the basic hours to call, and a little script, including the case number. The next slide shows the call-in information for your senators and state representatives. So there's a link here because obviously, depending on where you are, these representatives are going to be different. You click on the link and it brings you to a page where you can put in your location information and it will tell you who your representatives are. So, it's important to do that, find out who your representatives are, and then it does give you a little script to use when you find out that information. So pretty easy, pretty simple to follow. But if you have any questions or if anything is confusing, definitely let us know. You can email us at coalition@handsoffuhuru.org. And then the last slide is how to do follow-up calls. So if you've done your calls, your 5 different calls to the DOJ, the White House, your Senate and representatives, then you can do follow-up calls to just see, are they moving on it? Have they been given the message? You can call every day. And this is a basic script for those follow-up calls. So hopefully that's really straightforward. But again, if you have any questions, you can always email us at coalition@handsoffuhuru.org. So I just want to hand it over to co-host Mariah to introduce our next segment, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Well, coming up next on the broadcast is an interview by Chairman Omali Yeshitela on the popular program Democracy Now! This interview was done in 2023 and was the second on this program, the first being done just days after the actual July 29, 2022 FBI assault on our chairman and movement. In it, the chairman debunks the false claims that he is a Russian agent and calls on listeners to join the Hands Off Uhuru fight back. We now bring you the second interview of Chairman Omali Yeshitela on Democracy Now! Uhuru.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Well, the federal indictment of Donald Trump is making headlines around the world today. We end the show looking at another federal indictment that's received little press attention. In April, the Biden administration charged 4 U.S. citizens from a Pan-Africanist group with conspiring with the Russian government to sow discord in U.S. elections. Omali Yeshitela, chair of the African People's Socialist Party, faces charges of conspiracy to defraud the United States, along with Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and Augustus Romaine Jr. 3 Russians were also named in an indictment unsealed by the Justice Department. This follows a violent FBI raid on the activists' properties in Missouri and Florida last summer. African People's Socialist Party has been a longtime advocate for reparations for slavery, a vocal critic of U.S. foreign policy. Omali Yeshitela joins us now, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, located in St. Louis, Missouri. Omali, thanks for joining us again. We spoke to you after the FBI raid on your house in St. Louis. If you can now talk about the indictment, your response to what the government is alleging.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I want to say we have to stop meeting like this. I think the first time we met was after the government attacked our Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1996, 300 strong. And then we've talked subsequent to that, the July 29th attack on the Uhuru House in St. Petersburg, Florida, and as you mentioned, my home in St. Louis, Missouri, as well as offices and homes of our party members in 2 states, St. Louis and in St. Petersburg, Florida. So, as you mentioned, the indictment happened after something like 9 months after we were characterized as unindicted co-conspirators in some plot with the Russians who it is said that we served in fighting around the questions of reparations and fighting to bring the United States before the United Nations for the crime of genocide against African people and for our differences with the United States in terms of the Ukraine war. And our participation in elections. It's interesting that you just had 2 or 3 people who were talking about the electoral process and people celebrating the presumed victory of the Voting Rights Act with a decision in Alabama. But the fact of the matter is, in Alabama, where we saw in 1963 4 black children murdered at a church for participating in the electoral process, bombed. In 2022, on July 29th, my house was bombed because of our participation in the election. In this instance, they call it flashbang grenades and things like that in our participation in the election. So even characterizing this thing in Alabama as some great victory for voting rights, the fact is that whether or not you can participate within districts that are characterized as fairly drawn, if you're going to be attacked for participating in what you do and how you do it, then there's no justice there, there's no democracy there. So we were, on April 18th, we were indicted, me, Jesse Neville, Penny Hess, 2 white people who work on the solidarity part of our party were indicted. On May 2nd and May 8th, we had to turn ourselves into federal court in Tampa, Florida, back to Florida again, where we were handcuffed, placed in leg irons, and then brought before cells, and then brought before a judge who we are told really was quite lenient with us because we were released on something like $25,000 bail, and the only provisions associated with that is that we have to be open to investigation or visits at our home by forces who function sort of as parole officers, and we had to turn in our passports, and we couldn't have any personal weapons on the premise, and if we go any place, we have to let them know, and we have to report once a week to this supervising officer. So that's where we are now in terms of the outcome of the indictment up to this point. And so trial dates have to be firmed, but we expect that early next year.
And Omali Yeshitela, what is the substance of the federal government's indictment and this allegation that you were involved in a conspiracy with Russian citizens? What are they saying that your organization did?
Well, they said we participated in elections in 2017, 2019. They said that we participated in gathering petitions and doing a tour where we were calling on people to support us in bringing the United States before the World Court for violation of the 1948 United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. They said that I attended a conference in Russia that was an international conference where people from around the world attended the same conference that talked about self-determination, et cetera. I mean, these are the things that we are claimed to have done that resulted in this indictment. And so what they've done is cover the fact that generally what I've just mentioned is something that presumably is covered by First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom from unlawful search and seizure and these kinds of things, and said that, well, ordinarily that's the case, but in this instance, he was functioning, or our party and movement and the people that they have indicted were functioning as agents of Russia. So it liquidates the fact that for 60 years, 50, almost 60 years, of political activity, we've been doing more or less the same thing. They liquidate the fact that in 2007, and anybody can go and look at this, I was invited to speak in Huelva, Spain, for an international audience that supported by the government of Spain, where they provided transportation resources for us and said more or less the same things, except in this instance, my condemnation was not around the Russia-Ukraine question, but it was around the United States' involvement in Iraq and Afghanistan. So there's nothing new that I'm doing now that I haven't been done. I opposed Vietnam War. I interceded in various kinds of attacks. I was in Ireland in 1980s when the United States was supporting England's effort to keep that people under colonial domination. So there are various other places that I've traveled to expressing unity with oppressed peoples and winning unity with the struggle of African people here and around the world.
And you mentioned that that your organization has existed for more than 60 years. For those people who are not familiar with the African People's Socialist Party, could you talk about its origins and its platform?
Yeah, I think that's important because it should be understood that I am a product of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee organizationally, SNCC. That SNCC was the organization that projected the Black Power slogan demand into public discourse and the political agenda of African people all around the world in the 1960s. I was a part of that.
I was arrested for the first time politically in my history as a consequence of tearing down a vile, vicious, racist mural that was hanging on the wall of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, that depicted black people as ape-like forces, and 8 by 10 mural. I snatched that down. I was taken to trial. I was tried. I was charged with 11 offenses. I was charged, sentenced to 5 years in prison. And while out on bond for that, just a few days later, Martin Luther King's assassinated. I'm in Gainesville, Florida, and 4 days after that, protesting his assassination. I was arrested again, this time because I said something that they said was an incitement to riot. The first person arrested in the state of Florida for a new charge called inciting to riot, and it didn't require a riot to happen. I just had to want one to happen when I spoke. Thought crime. There's been that kind of history. So from SNCC, we created the Hunter Militant Organization, a group called JOMO, that organized throughout the state of Florida and throughout Kentucky initially. And I was in prison various occasions, free speech issues all the time for that. And then we came to certain conclusions that it was not enough just to have protest movements. We have to move beyond protests and move toward the question of capturing and yielding political power. So in 1972, after working for a while with various organizations, we created the African People's Socialist Party. And the African People's Socialist Party is an organization that was created for the purpose of continuing the Black Revolution of the 1960s that saw the attack on the Panther 21 in 1969, that saw the raid on Fred Hampton's home in 1969 that resulted in his assassination, that came as a consequence of the assassinations of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and a host of other forces like this. We said we were going to complete that movement that they had begun. And so in 1972, the African People's Socialist Party was created, and we also recognized that the struggle for black power, black people, had run into its limitations as long as it was fought within the context of the borders that had been created for us, either in Africa and around the world. And so it's an international organization. We exist in the Caribbean. We exist throughout Europe. We exist all over the continent of Africa and inside the United States as well. And so we are an international organization. We're African internationalists, and our politics is informed by a revolutionary theory called African internationalism that we have developed over the last 50 years of trying to find solutions for the practical contradictions that black people are confronted with here. We have created more than 50 different economic development projects, many of them centered right here in St. Louis, where we came under assault. And we have suffered as a consequence of this process. We were attacked first on July 2nd at St. Petersburg, Florida, by someone with a flamethrower, a military-grade flamethrower that torched a 15 by 25-foot flag, red, black, and green flag that was perched atop a 50-foot flagpole. We were attacked subsequent to that July 29th, as most people now have come to understand who are familiar with this case. Subsequent to that, in August, a car was broken in and a vehicle was stolen. A vehicle was broken in and computer stolen, passport stolen, various other things like that. The banks have now begun the process of sanctioning us, Regions Bank first and subsequent to Regions Bank. We've had to deal with Chase Bank. We've had a church right across the street from my home in St. Louis that we had under contract to create other economic and development programs. It was burned to the ground in January. It's just been an array of assaults that's been made against us since that time. So it's very clear that this is about more than what the government has said it's about, and this an objective intent was to destroy our movement and to make sure that what it was they began in the 1960s to push us back was something that was completed with the assault on the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement.
Omali Yeshitela, your point on Spain is you do accept money from, for example, if you're invited by the government of Spain or the government of Russia, and you're saying that doesn't mean you're an agent of them. They said one of your co-conspirators is Alexander Inhofe, that he is involved with spawning, that he says that that the government says with spawning dissident movements within the United States. Your response?
I'm saying that as far as we knew, we never accepted money, first of all, from the Russian government. I used the Huelva presentation in Spain because we did go to a meeting that was sponsored by the Anti-Globalization Movement in Russia, which is a NGO. NGO invited us to Spain as well. There was some noise being made, but we accepted expense-paid trip to Russia. The fact is that it was the anti-globalization movement that provided this transportation there. But in Spain, an NGO that was closely associated with the Spanish government, that was connected to people who were either currently or previously associated with the United Nations, that were governments from Mali and other places that also attended, that we were paid not just transportation, but we were given honorariums of significance. And there was an international conference. I used the Spanish thing just to show the hypocrisy of the United States government that's saying that somehow, suddenly, we became agents of a foreign government because we attended a conference in Russia. This is the most ridiculous, asinine, and the thing that makes
We're going to have to leave it there, Omali.
Yeah.
Omali Yeshitela, chair of the African People's Socialist Party. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Uhuru, what a brilliant interview of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. So Uhuru, if you're just tuning in, again, my name is Stephanie Midler. I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And I'm also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition Steering Committee. I'm coming to you live from St. Louis, Missouri, the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party, as part of our daily trial broadcast of the free speech trial of the century, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru Three, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. I'm joined today by co-host Comrade Mariah, also a member of the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. We just finished watching the 2023 interview of Chairman Omali Yeshitela on Democracy Now! We really hope you enjoyed it. And in our next segment, we will be showing 3 dynamic presentations by Chairman Omali Yeshitela that show the international scope of the work to build the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement.
Inherent inferiority. When we met white people, they lived under a system called feudalism, which was the next closest thing to slavery, where they were impoverished and without any rights at all. And I think it's important to mention this because what we have been taught is that white people, Europeans, came to Africa, came to the Americas because they had a surplus of civilization and Christianity that they just had to share with the rest of the world. We've been taught that it was the beneficence of Europe and white power and white people that is responsible for their presence in Africa and in what this area of the Americas is now called. But the truth of the matter is that white people lived under despotism, poverty, and disease. When we met white people, they lived under feudalism, a system that lasted for 1,000 years, where white people lived in sometimes state of absolute nakedness because they had nothing to wear, where much of what they earned, some of what they earned, I should say, went to themselves, but the vast majority of what they earned went to the nobility, to the landlords. The majority of the people were serfs and peasants who worked for the nobility. This is where you get the myth of Robin Hood, running around and robbing the rich to give money to the poor. And Europeans lived in a severe state of poverty. Between the 4 years of 1347 and 1351, half the white people on the planet Earth died of plague. They call it the Black Plague, but we had nothing to do with it. The plague was so serious that you cannot have any kind of meaningful economic life if half the population dies within 4 short years. And then for the next 100 years, that and other plagues wiped out much of Europe. It was so desperate that even the Pope, who claimed to have a special relationship with God, left the Vatican to try and find some place where no other human beings were living because he didn't want to meet God. He didn't want to meet the Jesus that he talked about so much in person. The plague was serious. Dogs died, cows died, horses died. Husbands died, and their wives left them where they lay because she was afraid to catch the plague herself. So this was the Europe that claims to have come out to rescue us, when the reality is it was poverty and disease and desperation that pushed Europe, these people we call Europeans, out of Europe and into the rest of the world. How did Europe rescue itself from this state of poverty and oppression? First of all, it's really important for us to get a grip on this because all of us have been fed fantasies that they call history to explain this to us. They sometimes tell us that Europeans left Europe because they wanted to find spices, and I believe there's some truth in that. But you must think about this. At the same time, they claimed, and it was true, that white people did not know the world was round, where they assumed there was a possibility that they might actually sail off the earth. They would travel for months on the water, threatened by the possibility to sail off the earth looking for nutmeg. If that's not poverty, I don't know what is. So Europe was caught up in poverty and despair. And it was the slave trade. It was the attack on Africa itself, the war on Africa itself, that began the process of rescuing Europe. It was an attack on these lands here that were inhabited by an indigenous population that had never seen a white man before. It was a consequence of this attack where resources began to leave, going back to Europe. It was the attack on China in 1841 and 42 that they called the Opium War, fought by England against China because China refused to trade tea with the British for opium. The Chinese did not want opium, and the British fought a war to force the Chinese to give them tea for opium and turn China into a nation of junkies, of drug addicts. This is that tea-sipping, civilized England that is always preaching to the rest of us. That England is sipping tea because it fought a war against China. There are no tea tree leaves in London. They didn't get that from London. They went into China and fought a war. So here you have a situation where a group of people who live in what we now call Europe, a concept that didn't see the emergence of the European nation at the expense of the consolidation of Africa, the Americas, and other peoples around the world. It's really important for us to understand that. And this sense of sameness is consolidated. It rests upon a foundation of an economic system, a social system that they refer to as capitalism. Capitalism is a dog-eat-dog system that needs exploitation in order to exist. It is a parasitic social system. Would be no capitalism if there had been no slavery. Slavery was the first big business in the world. It was the slave trade. It was the trade in black people, your parents and my parents, that united the world into a single world economy. That was a precondition for the rise of capitalism, a blood-sucking social system that continues to challenge the existence of everybody in the world today.
Human trafficking.
So, there was a time when there were all these different group of people that have now become white people. We invented the white man. White man didn't even exist before the 17th century. Europe didn't even exist before the 17th century. It's important for us to understand this, brothers, because they would convince us that it is they who brought civilization to us, when the truth is we were building pyramids before white people learned to master fire.
It's the truth.
But it was the war on Africa and the rest of the world that is responsible for the loss of self-confidence in African people ourselves. Here we are, the giants that brought human civilization to the planet, now find ourselves living under the worst kind of oppression. I grew up as a child, like everybody in this meeting had to have grown up, looking out unto the world, and every place I looked in the world, when I saw somebody who looked like me, they were starving, they were oppressed, they were conferred, they had violence and ignorance imposed on their lives. And the explanation, the only explanation I got, the same explanation you got, is that the reason Africans live like this as compared to the white people is because the white people were more civilized. They had civilization and we had none. That's what we got taught in their institutions, in their colonial institutions. They taught us that the white people had wealth and resources because they were thrifty and we didn't save our money. This is the lie that has been imposed on us. And they use the fact that white power dominates the world, even if shakily at this moment, as evidence of their superiority and our inferiority. And we say that the only thing the white domination of the world proves in terms of superiority is that they have been superior killers. They have been superior thugs. They have been superior rapists. They have been superior pirates. They have traveled the world and brought death and destruction everywhere they have gone. Everywhere, everywhere, everywhere.
Tell the truth.
So here, we have a social system, an entire social system, this thing called capitalism, born through selling our grandparents. Obama is droning people in Afghanistan and Iraq and in North Africa. And that's why he's presiding over a situation where every day you look up, a new murder of African people is occurring by the police of white people in the United States of America.
They're killing us.
The people are rising up. And as a consequence of the people rising up, the whole economic system is being destabilized. This is not the first time something like this has happened. Europeans now struggling with each other, struggling with competitors to see who's going to get what part of Africa. You know, the first imperialist war that they call World War I was a war to redivide the world among white people. The white imperialists, the colonizers, who had carved up our Africa, carved up all of what they refer to as the Middle East, and put themselves in charge. With the first imperialist world war they call World War I, They fought because some of them were dissatisfied with the portion of the world they had. They didn't have enough black people under their domain. They didn't have enough Arabs under their domain. They weren't able to get enough resources from the Middle East and from the Americas, etc. So like any group of gangsters, they went to war with each other to redivide the world. And in this process, they created an organization that was called the League of Nations. It was a precursor to this organization that's called the United Nations today. And while they were in their meetings in the League of Nations, debating who was going to get what part of Africa, it was Marcus Garvey who stood up and said, Africa for Africans, those at home and those abroad. In the middle of that crisis, it's important for us to understand that he didn't say Africa for Jamaicans. He didn't say Africans for Afro-Germans. He said Africa for Africans, those at home and those abroad. It is because Garvey understood quite clearly that we are one Africa. Can you say that? One Africa. If I say one Africa, will you say one nation? One Africa. One nation. One Africa. One nation. If I say one nation, will you say one Africa? One nation. One nation. One Africa. One nation. Uhuru. This is what Garvey understood and fought for. It wasn't just a pipe dream for Garvey. Garvey began to organize to make it a reality, because the discussion is nothing unless you are prepared to do something about it. You must be prepared to change the world, and Garvey had the confidence in himself and the confidence in us to understand that we can change this world. The world we live in, the conditions we experience, is a world and conditions which were created by human beings. Human beings can change this. This is one of the things that distinguish humans from other animals. Humans have consciousness. Humans have consciousness. A cow is similar to humans in certain biological aspects. But a cow goes to a McDonald's for a different reason than you, if you're dumb enough to go to McDonald's. A cow doesn't make a choice to go to McDonald's. You and the cow often go to McDonald's before you understand what Ross been talking about in terms of what you should be eating, right? You and the cow go to McDonald's, but the cow didn't make that decision. And we made the decision. As bad as the decision may have been, we made the decision. And this is the thing that distinguishes us as human beings. We say that this world is a world that we can change. We can create a world that meets our needs as a people. We can create a world so that we know that our children will have a future, not because we are praying for a good white man or a good Negro to get elected this time, but because we take the future of our children in our own hands, in our own hands. But you can't wish this into existence. Look at Africa, the richest continent on earth in terms of natural resources. 12 million square miles of wealth. Look at Africans, the most impoverished group of people on the planet Earth. It doesn't make any sense. Here we have a situation where, because Garvey's mission has not been completed, we are in a contest with all kinds of forces. Increasingly, we see the U.S. and China in a contest because China is the fastest growing economy in our Africa. Africa is the birthright of every living black person on the planet Earth. China and the U.S. are engaged in a contest for Africa. China, which white people used to laugh at. China, that white people used to say when they wanted to say something negative about human beings, about your lack of chances. They say, you don't have a Chinaman's chance. They don't say that about China today. China has become a great power, and it is in the process of gobbling up our Africa, gobbling up Jamaica too.
Yep. Every city,
but you look at China and compare it to Africa. China doesn't have a tenth of the resources that Africa has. But when England deals with China, it deals with one China. When France deals with China, it deals with one China. When Belgium deals with China, it deals with one China. But when they deal with our Africa, they deal with 54 different Africas. Which means you can't have a national economy. They have created these colonies. The white people got together. The ones that named my father Waller. They got together in Berlin in 1884 and 85 in order to keep themselves from going to war. At this time, over Africa, they carved it up. And they gave each of the white countries a part of emphasis on organization. He understood that the most significant organizational struggle that we're involved in is the African nation itself. The nation that has been dispersed against our will across the globe. The nation that has produced value for everybody except ourselves. Africa must be united. And the Europeans, imperialists, and the Chinese, and the Turks, and the Indians, and everybody else that's sucking the blood of Africa, we are going to have to fight to free our Africa. We are going to have to be on different fronts all over the planet Earth. Uhuru. That's what I'm about. Like Marcus Garvey, I find it absolutely impossible to accept a situation where anybody, any human beings on the planet should govern Africans except ourselves. Nobody should dominate the Africans. We have to be involved in self-determination. We have to find it unacceptable that anybody else should govern us except ourselves. And even when I say ourselves, I don't mean some puppet Negro that has been put in power with the structures that capitalism and colonialism created for us. Look at South Africa. All the people, all around the world, stood up, wanted to see what they thought was free South Africa. And that lick-spittle African National Congress, yes, it's a lick-spittle, butt-kissing, vomit-eating organization that came to power. And in South Africa, you go to South Africa today, you have a situation where less than 10% of the population, white people, own 87% of the land. They own land 4.5 times larger than England and Northern Ireland combined under the African National Congress. And what those Negroes do is they get their cut from the top. And the rest of us catch hell. That's in South Africa. You saw them gun down those miners who were just trying to get higher wages. They should have been trying to take the damn mines. But they just wanted to get paid more for getting the gold out for the white people. And that was too much for the Negroes who gunned them down. Why? Because you cannot use your oppressors' state apparatus to serve you. It will not serve you. It's got to be destroyed and has to be replaced by our own state power. I just want to say this. Brothers and sisters, I don't know how they talk about it here, but in the United States, they want to convince African people that we're in some kind of struggle against racism. I don't even know what the hell a racism is. How does it taste? How does it look? When do you know you won the battle? Does somebody come out and wave a white flag and say we surrender? Does racism come out and surrender? No. The reality is that we are dominated all over the world, African people, by colonialism, where a foreign and hostile entity has assumed responsibility and control over our lives, either directly or indirectly, with neo-colonial, bootlicking, white power in black faces. It will not serve us. It will not serve us. So brothers and sisters, I'm on a mission. I'm working for Marcus Garvey. I'm working for Marcus Garvey. My objective is to build a revolutionary movement stretching across the globe of black people, African people who want to be free, who want to be free. And one of the most important tasks that we have before us, we have to organize. And then we have to create a revolutionary ideology so that we know what the hell it is we are struggling for. Because our enemies have us struggling against our own interests too often. I met a wonderful young sister at a museum here a couple of days ago. Her name is Michelle. She said she was going to be here. And Michelle taking me through the museum, I guess it's a Taino. Is that what it's called, the Taino Museum? She says, when I'm talking to her about Africans uniting, she says, I don't believe it. Africans will never unite. We will never be able to be free. And the reason she doesn't believe it is because she doesn't know what put us in this situation. If she knew what put us in the situation, then she could read the signs. She can see the decline of white power right before her very eyes and know what it is that she's looking at. But she can't. So ideology is really important. Educating the masses, a hardcore of revolutionaries. Everybody's not going to be a revolutionary, and that's all right. But if you can't be a revolutionary, you got the responsibility to support the revolution, whether you can be a revolution yourself. We have to create any people, any oppressed people that ever won its freedom had to first create a revolutionary organization of steel cadre who may have been school teachers, bus drivers, bricklayers, lawyers as occupations, but their profession was revolution. Revolution. We have to have an international organization of professional revolutionaries. That way, we bring into reality one Africa, one nation. Not as a slogan, but as a reality. I want to leave you with one other slogan. Maybe two, if you don't mind. We always open up our meetings with Uhuru. You call our office any place on earth. Call our office in the Bahamas. They will answer the phone and say Uhuru. Call our office in London. They would say Uhuru. Call our office in Stockholm. They would say Uhuru. We say Uhuru because it is Swahili for freedom. It is Swahili for freedom. It was introduced to the world through the Kenyan Land Freedom Army that they call Mau Mau, led by Dedan Kimati, who fought the British, the same British that was terrorizing us here. The Mau Mau fought them to a standstill for many years in Kenya. So we believe that Uhuru should be on the minds of African people 24 hours a day. When
Uhuru, Uhuru, Uhuru. What a powerful presentation by our chairman, and just a presentation in front of thousands of Africans, and just winning that question of the African unity and freedom, and just the need to build an organization of just African cadre dedicated to the liberation and unification of Africa and African people. And this first video that we just watched in the series, the chairman's international scope of work, is just from August 17, 2015, on the actual birthday of Marcus Garvey at the annual Marcus Garvey tribute, staged by the Erie FM in Ochos Rio, Jamaica. And as shared in the video, the FBI accused the chairman of being an agent of the Russian government, in part for traveling to Moscow to speak on behalf of the African nation at a conference hosted by a non-governmental organization titled the Dialogue of Nations, which was also attended by delegates from around the world, including from Ireland, Spain, Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Africa, and hundreds of other people, including from dozens of anti-war organizations in the US. The truth is, the chairman has traveled not only to Russia, but as you see in the following videos, to the Caribbean, to Africa, to Europe, and I mean really throughout the Americas, just everywhere, putting forward the theory of African internationalism, the theory and the worldview of the African working class, extending our solidarity and winning friends and members into our movement.
Uhuru, I really unite, Mariah. What an incredibly powerful presentation. So next, we bring you to Nairobi, Kenya in 2009 at the African People's Socialist Party's East Africa Regional Conference held on April 9th and 10th. Despite the looming threat of instability in the country with a repressive neo-colonial government on the brink of collapse, the conference was hugely successful, bringing hundreds of Africans together to resolve to build the African People's Socialist Party throughout the continent of Africa and around the world. So Uhuru, as we watch the chairman's keynote presentation at this historic conference.
Uhuru. Thank you, comrade brother Agwambo. I would like to express my deepest appreciation, first of all, to the Botelo Community Center for allowing us to have this event here on today. And I would also like to thank all of you for your generosity and hospitality since we have been here. As Agwambo mentioned, I have come here immediately from the United States. Cherno has come here from Sierra Leone. There are some others who are with us who have come immediately from London, initially from Congo. But because of conditions imposed on our people in Congo, have been in exile in London and various other places in Europe. And your hospitality has been splendid. It has been traditional African hospitality, and I want to express my appreciation to you for that hospitality. I have had an opportunity to work briefly, to meet briefly with members of the East Africa Committee that's been responsible for holding this event, and I would like to offer special thanks to them, to Agwambo, to Chalo, to Sister Hakima, to Wangui in particular. These are people who I've had an opportunity to work with and or to meet with since I've been here. Africa, I think it's important to establish just a couple of things. One is the fact that many people have these ideas about the conditions of existence for African people in the United States that are generally wrong. The ideas that most people have, Africans included around the world, about the conditions of existence for Africans in the United States, are ideas that we've got from watching Oprah Winfrey on television, or Will Smith, or now that there's a situation where the U.S. in a state of desperation to solve some of the problems of imperialism has selected and then elected an African as president. But I want to tell you that Oprah Winfrey and Will Smith and Barack Obama do do not represent the conditions of existence of your brothers and your sisters who are suffering in the United States of America. I want to tell you that despite all of the misinformation that you get about how change has come to America, the reality is different. The reality is, in the United States, 1 out of 8 African men in their 20s is in prison today. 45% of the African population in the United States is either in prison or tied to the prison system in some way or another. The lifespan of Africans as compared to white people in the United States is deplorable. Our children die at childbirth 2 times the rate that white children die. So this notion that somehow Africans in the United States have this wonderful situation is a lie. And it is a lie that made it necessary for a Barack Obama to exist. Why is a Barack Obama necessary? Because, brothers and sisters, we live in a world where all the wealth that exists in Europe and North America, where an entire political economy has been created through the theft of the resources of Africa and other peoples around the world. Listen, I travel to Africa often because this is home. And I go to Ghana, I see the same situations I see here. I see that our roads do not work. I see our women and our children who work like beasts of burdens. I see there is too little water and too often unclean water. It's not just something that's happening in Kenya. It's happening in what they call South Africa. It's happening in Ghana. It's happening in Sierra Leone, where some of the richest diamonds in the world come from on the one hand. But an African who brings the diamonds out of the earth will only receive 31 cents and a cup of rice a day for doing it, and is lucky if he gets that. This is the reality that we are confronted with as a people, but that is not an indication of who we are or what we are capable of. When we step outside and look at our situation, whether it's in Nairobi, or whether it's in Freetown, or whether it's in Harlem, in New York, the conditions of existence that we see ourselves confronted with are not conditions that are there because of some inferiority capacity of our own. When I walk the streets of Rotterdam and Amsterdam, in Holland, as I have done, and see the magnificent architecture and edifices there. When I walk the streets in London and Manchester and Liverpool in England, or in Paris and France, or in New York, Manhattan, in Florida, in the United States, and I see the magnificent streets, and I see that you can go to a tap anytime and turn on water and get water, clean water, that you don't have to worry about. Then I see what Africa is capable of, because Amsterdam and because London and Paris did not generate the resources to make that happen. Those are resources, those streets are paved in Amsterdam, in Rotterdam, in London, and in New York City as a consequence of what has been stolen from Africa. That is why they are paved. What has been stolen from our Africa. And it is our contention that if we could pave the streets of Amsterdam and Rotterdam, if we can bring clean water to New York City in America, we can do the same thing in Freetown or Nairobi here in Africa. It is important for us to understand this, because we've been sold a bill of goods. We've been taught about our inferiority. We've been taught that the reason we have nothing in Africa is because we are inferior. But yet, what we find is that there are ships and lorries leaving ports and highways in Africa every day, taking away our resources to Europe and to North America. Listen, why is it that people in Kenya are hungry on the one hand, but in Kenya we're producing flowers that are sold on the streets of Philadelphia in the United States of America? It is because we are tied into a parasitic world economy, one that was created through the enslavement of African people. There are millions of African people just like you who no longer know their last names, who no longer know their first names, because we have been kidnapped and spread around the world. There are 140 some odd million Spanish-speaking Africans throughout Latin America. There are millions of Africans in the Caribbean. And we don't even know how many millions of Africans there are in North America because they're scared to tell us. Right? And many of us are confused about our identity, just as we are confused about our identity here in Africa itself. You know we are confused about our identity, don't you? Because you know that all these borders that exist in Africa today, that they call countries, and that where they say these nations exist were created by Europeans. Did you know that? That Europeans got together in 1884 and 85, not even in Africa, but in Berlin, Germany, and carved up Africa and gave portions of Africa to different European powers. That's how England became an influence and power in Kenya. That's how England became such a power in what we refer to as Nigeria. That's how it became a power in what we refer to as Ghana. Did you know that there's a place in West Africa called Cameroon? You're familiar with Cameroon, aren't you? Did you know that the reason it's called Cameroon is because when the Portuguese first got there, they found a lot of shrimp there. And Cameroon comes from the Portuguese word for shrimp. So you have a lot of Africans who are running around calling themselves shrimp. But they are not shrimp. I am not an African American. I am an African. I am clear about my identity, and I refuse to accept the identity imposed on me by the imperialists. I have not always been clear about my identity because my education and definition of myself came from my oppressor. My oppressor told me that Africa was a place to be despised and hated. My oppressor, who came to Africa and kidnapped me before I was even born, gave me his name, gave my father his name, so that I could not trace my ancestry back here to Africa. That's who taught me who I was. And the same oppressor that was teaching me in the United States of America was teaching us through missionary schools right here on the continent of Africa, and sometimes not just missionary schools. I don't know about here in Kenya, but I know in places like Ghana that the whole educational process is run out of England. I think it's Cambridge University. Isn't that where it is? Cambridge University out of England. You go to university in Ghana, you take a test. The test is sent to Cambridge University in England to determine how you did. Somebody else is in control of our brains. And so this is a struggle to recapture our brains so that we can recapture our identity. Because without access to our identity, we are weak in the face of a very formidable enemy who continues to steal everything we got. So, we live in a world where I can sit up and watch my brothers and sisters who are killed in a place that they call Kenya. I said, that's got nothing to do with me, because that's a Kenyan, and I'm an American, or American Negro, or whatever they decide I am this month, right? And that thing, it happens to us everywhere in the world. How many times have you seen the same thing on television? You say, that's them Sierra Leoneans. But the reality is those are Africans. Because before Europeans came to Africa, there were no borders in Africa that separated one of us from the other one of us. And if we accept these borders, we remain weak. Because the French doesn't care what we call ourselves. The French come here, they exploit us. The British exploit us. The Germans exploit us. The Spanish exploit us. Oh, the U.S. exploit us. So all of them have no problems getting together to take what we got, but we can't get together to take what belongs to us. Something is wrong with that. We have to fix that. That's what it's about. That's what this meeting is about. It is a call to awareness. It is a statement also to say that we don't have to be beggars, because everything has been taken from us. Europe could not function for 30 days if it were not getting the resources it gets from Africa. America could not function for 30 days if it were not for the resources they steal from Africa. And they are aware of this. This is why it was necessary for them to destroy this man. You're familiar with Marcus Garvey. He's an African man who, in the early part of the 20th century, kidnapped. He grew up in Jamaica, an island where they had taken Africans in the Caribbean. And he, as I have had to do, looked around the world and saw everywhere he looked, Africans were poor, oppressed, and exploited. And he left Jamaica, and he came to New York City in America. And he built an incredible organization called the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League that had 11 million members and supporters throughout the African world. Not only in Africa, but in places like India and Australia, where there are other black people like you and I who are catching hell on a daily basis. It was an incredible organization. Its slogan was Africa for Africans, those at home and those abroad. That was the slogan of Garvey. One Africa, one nation. One Africa, one nation. And it was something that terrified the imperialists. You look at the Kenyan flag, you see the red, black, and green there? It is from Garvey. In 1920, the convention, the Negro Improvement Association of the World had an international convention in New York City. 25,000 African people from around the world who declared Garvey the provisional president of Africa, not of one little place in Africa that the white people said was ours, but all of Africa. And they decided that our flag, as a people, we needed our own flag. And they said that one flag should fly from the hilltops of Africa. One flag. And that flag would be red, black, and green. Red for the blood that has been shed over the centuries by our people and our strugglers. Black for us, black people. And green for our Africa. And this became the flag of African people. It has influenced some of the flags that you see in various places in the African world today. It was Garvey who influenced Kwame Nkrumah. Said one of the most important things he ever read was the book by Marcus Garvey. That influenced him. And as you know, Nkrumah was the person who they also hated and feared because he understood the power of a united Africa and African people. And in 1966, after having led the struggle to free Ghana in 1966, he was overthrown by the United States government. That is why they hated and feared Patrice Lumumba from Congo. You've heard of Patrice Lumumba, who was an incredible leader, who stood up to the Belgians and stood up to the United States and stood up to the French. And said the wealth and resources of the Congo should belong to the people of Congo. But even before most of this happened, an incredible movement was happening in this land base. And I'm calling it Kenya, but it is Africa, where Dedan Kimathi and the Kenyan Land Freedom Army stood up against the mighty British Army. You know, that wasn't a small thing, because the British, up until the Second Imperialist War, England controlled 45% of the world. 45%, I'm sorry, at least a quarter of the world's population and a quarter of the world's territory. You know what England is? It's a little rock, cold and barren without resources, which is part of what contributed to it becoming a thief, because it had nothing of its own. And so up until 1945, so England controlled something like 25% of the surface of the planet Earth and 25% of the Earth's population. And the Kenyan Land Freedom Army stood up against the British Empire right here. And it was something that gave pride to and built the morale of African people around the world. How is it that you think that in North America today we come up with a slogan, Uhuru? We say Uhuru to you in Kenya because you said Uhuru first to us in North America. It's one struggle. It's one struggle. Otherwise, we couldn't have been excited about what the Kenyan Land Freedom Army was doing. It's one struggle. That's why in Paris, France, when they murdered Patrice Lumumba, the African students rebelled in the streets of France. It's one struggle. Didn't say we can't do anything because he's from the Congo. What they call the Congo now is something that was defined by the imperialists themselves. So we say we have to come out of this situation. So we have a situation where peoples around the world are trying to change this relationship they have with the empire. Someone asked, do you know what imperialism is? Imperialism is a word that comes from the word empire. Empire is a situation where one country lives off of other peoples around the world. They live off the expense of somebody else, not because of what they produce, but because of what they can take from other folk. So they call these empires. You heard of the Roman Empire, the British Empire. That's what empires are. And so this concept of imperialism is this tendency toward empires. Well, we don't want no empire. We just want our Africa back for ourselves. We just want our Africa back for ourselves. We want a situation where the resources of Africa and African people can go to feed our children. We don't give a damn if Margaret Thatcher or Queen Elizabeth ever see another shilling in their lives again, if it has to come at the expense of Africa and African people. We want our resources for our people. We feel like we have a responsibility so that our children can see a future. What kind of people is it that will not do whatever is necessary to guarantee a future for its children? If your children have no future, you have no destiny. It's over for you. And so that's what this is about. So what is happening is you look around the world, you say a system in crisis, because it's an international system. It's not a Kenyan system. It's not a British, it's an international system. That's why you see the troops in a place called Iraq. Why would they be killing people in Iraq? Because it's a parasitic world economy. They need the oil from Iraq to keep their factories running. They need the oil from Iraq to keep their automobiles running. They don't care about what happens to the Iraqi people, but the Iraqi people care. And so they're fighting back to take their resources. That's what's happening in occupied Palestine, where the Palestinian people are trying to take back their resources. That's what's happening in Venezuela under the leadership of Hugo Chavez, where the Venezuelans have stood up to America to take back their resources. That's what happened in Cuba. That's what's happening in Ecuador. That's what happened all around the world. People are struggling to take back their resources. And as they struggle to take back their resources, what is happening is economic crisis is all over the Western world. You want to know why there's crisis? Because it's a parasite. Are you familiar with tapeworms in a place like Kenya? You know what a tapeworm is, don't you? In North America, it used to be a pretty big problem, especially people eating all that old rotten meat, you know, because in that meat sometimes there hides this larva, and that will turn into a worm. And you eat that meat, and the larva attaches itself to your intestine. Doesn't do any work at all. You go out and work if you're lucky enough to have a job. You work and work. You buy food, you eat food. No matter how much you eat, you can't get any bigger. But the tapeworm doesn't do any work at all, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger off what you do. And that's how this whole system is. It's like a tapeworm. It's a parasite. It doesn't live off what it produces, it lives off what you produce. That's why you can't talk this tapeworm into being nice. You can't talk this system into changing its attitude. What will happen if the tapeworm ever freed your intestines? It would die. So you look at a social system that requires the servitude, the enslavement of African people for its continuing existence. Nevertheless, Africans have to be free. And so what you see around the world is people fighting for their freedom. Everybody is hating U.S. imperialism. They thought it was George W. Bush they hated. They say, we hate this Bush man, right? But Bush was not an individual. Bush was the head of the United States government. He was the head of the imperialist country. And it came to a situation where he was so hated. And because he created so much resistance of oppressed peoples around the world, Bush himself became a problem. And they had to have somebody else there who could stem the tide of resistance that was happening by dark people all around the world. And so they identified somebody who could stand in for imperialism. And Nkrumah called it neo-colonialism. When the white man cannot stand up to you in his own skin, in his own face, it's called indirect rule. It is white power in a black face. And that is exactly what Barack Obama is today. They need him. They have begun to understand that they will not be able to subdue the masses of people around the world at gunpoint as George Bush attempted to do. So if they cannot subdue the people at gunpoint, they have decided to seduce the people into slavery. And so Barack Obama is the one who is supposed to seduce us into a stance of inactivity to keep us from resisting against our conditions of existence. We say we really need change we can believe in. And that is not Barack Obama, you see. So what is it that we need? We need each other, because we are powerless without each other. Our weakness is based on the fact that they have separated us from each other, and they have separated us from our assets here, our resources here in Africa and elsewhere. In order for us to strengthen ourselves, we have to come together. If we come together, you look at a place like China. China, more than 1 billion people, but China hasn't half the resources that Africa has. But China is the fastest growing economy in the world. China is the fastest growing economic force in Africa today. Why? Because when Europe deals with China, it deals with one China. When England deals with China, it deals with one China. When France deals with China, it deals with one China. When the United States deals with China, it deals with one China. But when they deal with Africa, they deal with 54 different Africans. And because they can deal with 54 different so-called Africans, they misuse us. They play us one against the other. It does not allow us to work at full strength. There are 1.5 billion Africans in the world. And yet we are proud because we're supposed to be a nation in a place like Equatorial Guinea of 1 million people. What kind of nation is that? Did you know that in what they call sub-Saharan Africa, that 35 of the 45 so-called African countries have 10 million or less people in them? Because that's how the colonizers designed it. We say the borders that separate us have to go. Both the borders in Africa and the borders in our brains that keep us from being able to recognize each other as one African people. So this is a movement that we are determined to build. We need leadership. I heard Comrade Cherno talk about the question of leadership. That's what we're about. Create organization everywhere in the African world. We're talking about everywhere. So that if you are hurt and came Kenya, I will feel your pain in the United States and respond to it. And if I am hurt in France, in Sierra Leone, they will feel my pain and respond to it. We take up the slogan, if you touch one, you touch all. Touch one, touch all. That is where our strength is. That we take our resources and pull them together. That we have no interest as a people in these borders. These borders are designed simply to extract value from Africa. That's what they were created for, to take our stuff. So we build organization, we create leadership throughout the African world that can respond to the needs of African people. We stop begging. We come together ourselves. If we need something, we find a way to get it. We raise our own money. We have fundraisers. We sell dinners. We do what's necessary, because if you beg, whoever gives you the money pays, they tell you what to do. If you want to be free, then you have to strike out and act like an independent people. If we want something, let us get together out here. Let's raise some money collectively to do what it is that we want to do, because if you're on somebody else's payroll, they will control you. And guess what? You might have something here in Kenya that you don't think's worth that much, that's that important. But if you can get it to me in North America, it's possible that I can do something with it that can get some resources for both of us. I might have something in the United States that you don't have here. Whether I can use it or not, but if I can get it to you, we can turn it into something that can help both of us. The same thing is true throughout the African world. This is the kind of relationship that we have to build. We can train each other. We can bring expertise to each other. And if we do, we don't have to have Europeans in our lives telling us what to do and how to do it. We don't have to be beggars. They have stolen every damn thing we've got. How do we look? Going to the thief who's stolen what we've got, continuously begging the thief to give us a part of what they've stolen from us. It seems to me it's about time for us to stop the thievery and take what belongs to us as a people. So that's what this effort is about. And I want to thank you again for this welcome. You know, there are a lot of brothers and sisters, your brothers and sisters, who are in the United States and other places in the world who will never see home. Did you know that? I mean, they will never see home. And I know it's something that you take for granted. And when I'm riding with brothers and sisters, whether it's in occupied Tanzania that they call South Africa or Ghana or Namibia, and I'm commenting on Africa. Oh, Africa, the beauty of Africa, the vastness of Africa. And they look at me as some strange kind of person. And I say, you just don't understand. You just take it for granted. You're here with it all the time, you know? But for those of us who've been separated from Mother Africa, to have an opportunity to come here and be with you, with our brothers and sisters whom I haven't seen in such a long time, is just magnificent. And the interesting thing, and I'm going to say this and get out of your way, is that what we continue to learn on every trip is that this notion about the difference that exists between us is a myth. It's a myth here in Kenya too. It's a myth, the difference between Kikuyu, and Luo and all this nonsense. It's nonsense. That serves our oppressors. It doesn't do a damn thing for us. It serves our oppressors. Because what strikes me is I walk down the streets, whether I'm in Harlem, New York, in Accra, and I see Africans. They look just like somebody I know with the last place I was. I walk here in Kenya, I see Africans look just like people I know in New York City or in Georgia, in the United States of America. We one damn people, and we better start acting like it. Our oppressor know that we're one people. It's time for us to understand that and take back what belongs to us. Thank you so much, Africa. Uhuru. Israel Africa. One Africa. One nation. Uhuru. Thank you.
Uhuru, what a way to bring a lot of African people together in such a strong and a solid movement there. And I just can't say it enough. Uhuru. So last in this series of classic presentations showing just some of the international scope of the work of the chairman and the African People's Socialist Party, we bring you an important meeting held at the St. Petersburg, Florida Uhuru House on December 30th, 2011, as the party hosted the then labor attaché of the Venezuelan embassy in the U.S., Marcos Garcia. An excerpt on the political history of Venezuela and on the advances made by Venezuelan workers since the founding of the Bolivarian Revolution in Venezuela, Garcia discusses current world events and developments in the Americas during his stop at the Uhuru House.
Everybody can get settled in your seats. I know people are still coming in, but we want to get started. Music. Thank you. My name is Chairman Waller. I'm the National Recruitment Director for the African People's Socialist Party. I want to welcome everyone to this really historic event. If you got the email or text message or call from us, you know that this is an event where we are bringing in one of the representatives from the Venezuelan embassy in Washington, Comrade Marcos Garcia, who is seated over here. He brought his son as well, Alexei. And we thought this event was really important to do because many times, particularly African people, are not up on the things that are going on all over the world, particularly in a place in St. Pete where the media doesn't necessarily concentrate on things that are happening with African people all over the world. But I've been told by Comrade Garcia that Venezuela is approximately 40% African. So that's something that a lot of people don't even realize. And they are African. I don't care if they speak Spanish, English, just like we are African and we speak English. It's depending on where you was dropped off. So we believe that this is a really important event. I want to recognize a couple of people before we do the pledge. Comrade Gaida Cambone is the Secretary General of the African People's Socialist Party. Bruce Wright, he does a lot of work on the homeless issues. As a matter of fact, I spoke to him today. Bruce Wright Ron Bob Simple, if you've never heard Ron Bob Simple do Marcus Garvey, you gotta do that. Yeah. He is Marcus Garvey. I'm telling you, you need to hear that presentation. Because you're talking the whirlwind. Also, the deputy chairperson of the African People's Socialist Party, Omali Yeshitela, where's Penny Hess? Okay, the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee is also here, and some of the leadership, Kitty Riley and Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Stephanie Midler. If you have I want to also mention a special guest that I invited myself, Reverend Clarence Williams. It's really important to point out that we have all kinds of different people in the room. It's really important to show that because I think it helps Comrade Garcia see that we have a real unified African community in this city, not total unity, but we're getting there. And we have a community that's a fighting community in this city. We took him on a tour earlier of some of the institutions of the Uhuru House, of the gym. So I believe you're going to be in for a treat tonight. For the first time, I know many people are getting a chance to hear an international speaker with these kind of international implications for our movement. So we want to ask people to stand for the African pledge. You may have gotten this document. I know you're used to standing for the American flag, but you're going to do a pledge to African people this time. So if you can follow me and raise your right fist. I pledge allegiance to my African people. I pledge to develop my mind and body to the greatest extent possible. I will learn all that I can in order to give my best to my people and our struggle for liberation through revolution. I will keep myself physically fit, building a strong body free from drugs and other substances which weaken me and make me less capable of defending myself, my family, and my African brothers and sisters. I will unselfishly share my knowledge and understanding with others in order to bring about change more quickly. I will discipline myself to direct my energies thoughtfully and constructively rather than wasting time in idle hatred. I will train myself never to hurt or allow others to harm my African brothers and sisters, for I recognize that we need every African man, woman, and child to be physically, mentally, and psychologically strong. These principles I pledge to practice daily and to teach them to others in order to unite my people in the struggle for freedom and independence. Uhuru. One name that I forgot to mention, and I don't know how I did, is the keynote speaker for tonight, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who is sitting at this table. And it's really good to see all of you here tonight. We're going to have a bit of culture before we get into the program. It's going to be done by Princess Williams, Princess Bella. So I'm going to bring her up and enjoy the culture, and then we'll go on with the program. Uhuru.
How y'all doing?
Right.
Bingo, bingo. Hello, hello. I got to hook this back up, huh? There we go. There we go. How y'all doing tonight? Uhuru, I just want to say thank you all for coming out. You know, I'm happy to be here before Marcos Garcia and his son and the Chairman Omali Yeshitela. This is really an historical event that's happening in St. Petersburg, Florida. I just want to say thank you all for coming out. So this song I'm doing is the Omali Yeshitela song. This song was dedicated to him for, you know, the past 40 years, the struggle and the dedication he has put for our people. Uhuru. So before this song starts, I need everybody to get up out their chair. We got to get this hype, okay? I'm ready, bingo. All right. Now this song is called Omali, 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 Omali. Oh! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Put your fist up. Omali, 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 oh, Omali, 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 oh, Omali, 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 oh, oh. Come on and put your fist up. Hey! When I say Uhuru, y'all say freedom. Uhuru. Freedom. Uhuru. Freedom. Uhuru. Freedom. Uhuru. Freedom. Now where my chicks at? You say you looking for a gangster, a real OG, so where your fist at? Omali Yeshitela standing right here. It's Princess Bella here to make it real clear. He resisted, no petty bourgeoisie, no neo-colonialists, no NAACP. It's only self-determination fighting till we free. And we don't do procrastination, we go full speed. Now where my comrades? Hold your fist high, no Independence Day, no 4th of July is still the people's president, chairman for you and I. We got a nation that Omali's trying to unify. Believe it or not, they try to take us down. Reference to tear gas. Google Uhuru House. Omali Yeshitela, modern day commander of the people, not the gorilla. Come on and put your fist up. Say it. Omali, 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 oh Omali, 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 oh Omali, 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 Omali. When I say Uhuru, y'all say freedom. Uhuru. Uhuru. When I say Uhuru, y'all say freedom. Uhuru. Uhuru. Yeah, thank you. Uhuru.
Uhuru. How many people in the room have ever heard Chairman Omali speak? Okay, that's everybody. Just about. If you have never heard him speak, you're going to be in for a great treat tonight. Chairman Omali has written several books. He has struggled for more than 40 years to build a revolutionary movement, an African revolutionary movement in this country. And he is certainly, without question, one of the greatest revolutionary thinkers of this period. So with no further ado, I want to introduce the main speaker for tonight, Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African People's Socialist Party.
Uhuru, brothers, sisters, and comrades, let me express my appreciation for everybody who came out. We just have an excellent opportunity here. We've been with Comrade Marcos Garcia on different occasions. He attended our 5th Congress that was held in Washington, D.C. of July of last year. He's been at other events that we've done. And we wanted him to be able to experience our hospitality. So we asked a few people if you'd come out and just share some time with him, because that's what it is. I'm hoping that what we'll do shortly is eat food and play music, and people have an opportunity like to meet Comrade Marcos and his son, so that we can share this experience with each other. We think it's really important. People have characterized this meeting as historic, and I think it is an extremely significant meeting for a number of reasons. One is because most of us have experiences that are kind of limited to the communities that we live in. We don't have an opportunity to experience the world. In fact, most of us are motivated by questions of food, clothing, and shelter. How are we going to eat? Where we're going to get resources to make it. And if you live in this community, if you're African, you're also concerned about the police. What the police has just recently done, or what they're going to do tomorrow, or something to that effect. And the truth is that it's a big world. And we are not isolated, because that's another thing that we experience a lot of, particularly African people. We have a profound sense of isolation. You don't read about yourself in books. You don't read about yourself in the newspaper unless it's around some kind of criminal investigation or criminal activity. And when that happens, you begin to view yourself through the lenses of your oppressor. You begin to think that's all we do, is commit crimes and stuff like that, because that's all you can read about. You don't see anything else that we are involved in. You don't see our lives and the struggles that we encounter on a day-to-day basis. So we think it's really important to have this opportunity to have compañero Marcos to spend some time with us, and you with him. And also because he is the labor attaché for the Venezuelan embassy in Washington, D.C. And we think it's again important so that we break through this sense of isolation that sometimes we experience in our community. Nobody cares about us, and the way the government and the media treat us, it's an easy conclusion to come to. So there are people out in the world who understand struggle, who understand suffering, who've been involved in it themselves. And when you talk about Venezuela, it's a really important place. I was in Nicaragua in 1980, January 1980. Or was it 81? It was Reagan was being inaugurated, so it would have been 81. He was elected in November of 80, and then so January 81, when he went into office, I was in Nicaragua. And at that time, what was really interesting, this is a conference in solidarity with the people of Nicaragua. And I think the slogan was, Si Nicaragua venció, El Salvador vencerá. Because at that time, El Salvador was involved in revolutionary movement too. This is movements of poor people who trying to get the boot of Uncle Sam off their necks so that they can begin to control their own lives. And as quiet as it's kept, you know, they used to refer to much of what they call South America, Latin America, as banana republics, because you had United Fruit from the United States being a major player, not only economically, but through its economic power, not only in Latin America, but in Washington, D.C., they were able to overthrow governments at will. Anytime a government stood up and tried to take the resources for the people, then United Fruit would be involved in overthrowing them. They were therefore characterized as banana republics, which was, you know, you go to Publix or someplace and you get your bananas, chances are they would pick green, right? Pick green so that the people themselves can't even use them, right? And thrown into ships that ended up in Publix and supermarkets that, you know, in this country and other places. So when I was in Nicaragua, they had succeeded in Nicaragua at that time of overthrowing the Somoza regime. And Somoza was somebody who had been put in power by the United States. And the Sandinista revolution overthrew the Somoza regime in July of 1979. And I was there in January of 1980. The revolution was still fresh. You could smell it. And what was so powerful about Nicaragua is that the majority of people in Nicaragua were under 15 years old. They were 15 years or younger. Youth, you know, is an extremely explosive situation. That's what frightens them about Africa today, because more than 70% of the people in Africa are less than 30 years old, right? So it's a young continent of more than 1 billion people. And so in Nicaragua, to get off the airplane at the airport in Managua and to see the banners up that look just like the banners that we do, right? Fresh revolution. And at this conference at that time, all kinds of people were coming to express solidarity with the Nicaraguan revolution. And I remember the greatest applause that was given when they would announce the people the delegations that were coming into the conference. The greatest applause was given to the people of Vietnam. All the people that stood up and cheered the Vietnamese, because the Vietnamese, by themselves almost, had defeated the U.S. and rescued their country and their people. So now the resources of the people of Vietnam were being turned over to them. And all the people there just had this extraordinary sense of solidarity that they shared with the Vietnamese. But the thing that was striking was that when the Venezuelans came in, all the Venezuelans at this time, they came in, they were the best dressed people at the conference. They had, you know, like alligator briefcases and alligators. I mean, they were, because it was the oil, right? And this was a regime that was using the oil and the resources not for the people, right? And in fact, the U.S. and the local ruling class were the people who were living off the oil at the expense of the people. So then what has happened is in Venezuela today is the man who the U.S. loves to hate, Hugo Chavez. You heard of Chavez, right? And what Chavez has done has been an incredible bit of work, because he is trying to rebuild a society that will feed the hungry, that the poor people themselves will be in power. And so that most of the resources coming from the oil, I was talking with Compañero Marcos today, because he was talking about there's a struggle that's going on because there's a sector of the leadership, some of the leadership in certain areas in Venezuela
they're saying that they're struggling because they want sustainability. They're concerned about sustainability because you got the oil resources, but what do we do with it? And Chavez is saying what we do with it? We give it to the poor. We give it to the poor. And so he's building hospitals and schools and clinics and other things like that. That's where the vast majority of the resources are going. It's incredible, and this is the government that's reviled and hated by the United States. So you got to do is pick up a newspaper. I saw in the news today or yesterday, they were saying that Chavez was speculating that the U.S. government had the technology that was giving people cancer, because Chavez himself has cancer. Then there are something like 8 presidents or leaders in governments in South America who suddenly come out with cancer. And many of them in so-called radical countries. And so they're mocking him in the U.S. media. Like that's hard to believe. But we remember Tuskegee, don't we? Remember the Tuskegee experiment? I mean, it's not far-fetched at all. And also, we remember this. We remember the mysterious execution of John F. Kennedy, a president of the United States. And remember that they said that this man who killed him, what was his name? Oswald. They said killed him, right? And Oswald said he was a patsy. Remember Oswald saying, I'm a patsy? And so before Oswald went to trial, do you remember what happened? He was shot by whom? Jack Ruby, right? And what happened to Ruby? Anybody remember before he went to trial, what happened to Ruby? He died of what? Cancer. In a prison, in a jail right here. So, like the U.S. can talk that like it's really crazy that something like that happened to people who don't understand the United States and how the United States functions. But we understand how it happens, so it didn't sound silly to me at all. It means that I got to watch what I eat and who's bringing it, right? But today, the Venezuela of today, the point I was making is quite different from the Venezuela of that period when I was in Nicaragua after the Nicaraguan Revolution. And we think that's extremely important. And we want us to have this relationship. And the 2 things that's important to us here, I think. One is we want to be able to express our solidarity and relationship with the Venezuelan government. Because I don't know if you knew it, but in Venezuela owns Citgo gas stations. Did you know they own Citgo? The service stations that you go to Citgo? Yeah, that's who owns it. And in many of the areas in this country where the zip code is where poor people live, they've reduced the prices. And Venezuela on a regular basis offers oil, heating oil and things like that at reduced prices for poor people in this country and various other places around the world. So that's what Hugo Chavez has done. He's moved to organize throughout South America separate monetary systems that frees them up from domination by U.S. and Western economic interests and have built relationships, economic relationships within South America so that they can become more and more independent. So they are reviled. Hugo Chavez is reviled, but he's not by himself. Because I remember not too long ago, you would read these articles that were celebrating the fact that Fidel Castro was getting old. They said Fidel going to die soon, and after Fidel dies, it's going to be over for that area. And then, of course, what happened is Hugo Chavez is there. And not only is Hugo Chavez there, but Evo Morales is there. And throughout South America, we see more and more people who are fighting to take control of their economies and their sovereignty and their resources to benefit their own people. That's what we're about. That's what this movement is about. That's what it is. And so that they get reviled for the same reason our movement gets reviled. And so that's important, I think, for you to understand this. So we want to have this relationship with the government of Venezuela. And secondly, with the presence of Comrade Marcos here, we're establishing a relationship with our brothers and sisters, with those Africans who are in Venezuela, right? And so that's really important for us to do as well. And so Marcos represents that to us, which is an extremely important thing. And I'm going to say this, for those of you who may not know, but our party is involved in work throughout the world. That we have party organizations throughout Europe, in France, in England, in Germany, in, what did I leave out? In Belgium, Europe, what did I leave out? Germany, Belgium, France, United States, in Europe, United Kingdom in Europe. We're in Canada, we're in Sierra Leone in West Africa, we're in the Bahamas, where we actually have organization on the ground. And our objective, what we're working for, is the emancipation of our people. Because we've become convinced that there is not going to be a freedom for black people in the United States, quote unquote. That freedom is going to come for us as a whole people. And that our weakness is the fact that we've been divided and dispersed around the world and don't connect with each other. But because everywhere we are, we treated like a minority. They tell you in a minute, you're nothing but a minority. You're only 30% of the population in this country. They tell us that in a minute. And because you're convinced you're a minority, you act like a minority. When you think you're a minority, it means you don't have a sense of your own power, your own capacity to be free. But when you look at the fact that Africans collectively constitute more than 1.5 billion people, we are everywhere on this earth. But we've just been divided. We call ourselves funny names given to us by our oppressors. Today, they allow us to call ourselves African Americans, but I remember some other choice names that we've been since I've been alive. And but the reality is that so we call ourselves African Americans, the Afro-Americans here now. We call ourselves Haitians in some places. We call ourselves Jamaicans and Trinidadians in some other places. We call ourselves by a lot of different names, but all of us are African people. And we become conscious of that, and we develop a movement that is capable of moving strategically to liberate ourselves as a people and to rid this world of systems based on slaves and slave masters and bosses and workers. That's what we're about. We want people to be able to have a decent life. It's about people being able to benefit from the product of our labor. It's about people being able to know that their children will have a future, not because a good white man or Uncle Tom Negro got elected, but because we have the control of that future in our own hands as a people. That's what we are struggling for. And so that's what it's about. That's what the government of Venezuela is trying to do too, and that's why we're so happy to be able to be here with compañero Marcos Garcia on today, and happy that you were able to come out and share this moment with us as well. So that's essentially, what I wanted to talk about. And again, I wanted to thank you all for coming out. And this is going to be an enjoyable meeting event. Compañero Marcos is, he's going to say a few words to introduce himself, and as much as he wants to say. But like I said, he's with the Venezuelan embassy, and we want to have an opportunity for you to meet him and him to meet with you. So probably some of the most important things are going to happen after everybody stops talking up here. Food is going to be there, and people can just mingle and talk with each other. You have an opportunity to discuss with each other. And of course, there'll be an opportunity to ask questions, if you like, of Marcos once he makes his presentation. So Chimaringa, again, thank you so much for coming out and sharing this opportunity with us. I wanted to say that Chimaringa introduced some important people in this room. He introduced Bella as somebody who was performing, but she's also the leader of the local branch of the Uhuru Movement here. And also, I wanted to introduce Sister Pearlie McCullough. She is like a kind of mother of this movement. Sister Pearlie came to this movement several years ago after the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department murdered her son, her grandson, who was 17 years old. They said they had been following him for a while because they thought he was doing something, and they followed him into a parking lot, and they shot something like, 17 rounds into the car, and they killed him. Then they said it was the wrong person. Then they said, you talk about the cancer claim by Chavez, Then they said they had 2 cameras on the police cars, but neither one of them was working. So that there was no way to have a record of the assassination. But it's a typical event in our communities. That's the point. It's typical. It's typical. It's typical. And Sister Pearlie came as a consequence of that struggle, and she's been here ever since because she knows it is typical. It's not just her grandson that it happened to. So thank you so much for coming out, and Chimarenga Uhuru. Chimarenga. You gonna set up a mic?
Yeah, for the meeting.
Oh, okay.
So before you do that.
Okay.
Okay. Quickly, please.
I mentioned to you the movement that we have in various places throughout Europe. One of the things I did not mention to you that I think is extremely important and you should be aware of is that throughout the world there are massive demonstrations that are happening now. Africans are doing these demonstrations, and they center on the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo came into most of our consciousness in 1960 when the CIA and French and Belgian intelligence organizations executed an incredibly significant leader. His name was Patrice Lumumba, who had become the first democratically elected, the only democratically elected prime minister of Congo that had been controlled by the Belgians up until that time. And Lumumba became a threat because he wanted to use the resources of Congo for the people of Congo and for Africans in general. So Eisenhower and Kennedy, Eisenhower, who was in office, and Kennedy, who followed Eisenhower in office, engaged in this whole process, and they helped to execute murder Patrice Lumumba. And there was a grotesque murder that they committed against him. After beating him almost to death on an airplane, they then shot him, and then CIA agents literally cut his body up and threw it in acid and then burned it. And there's a CIA agent who today has 2 of Lumumba's teeth in his pocket as souvenirs. So that's the Congo. And then since that time, in 1960, the Congo was run by a man who worked for the CIA. His name was Joseph Mobutu. He was an agent for the CIA and committed all kinds of horrible atrocities against our people up until recently, a few years ago. And I won't go into the details about how they got rid of Mobutu. But the point is, just recently there was an election, November 28th in Congo. The people suffered. Many people have been pushed into exile. One of the leaders of our movement party in the United Kingdom was born in Congo. Many people have been pushed out of that country because of repression and other things like that. And with this election that happened on November 28th, there was a fraudulent election that was stolen. Masses of people from Congo have been demonstrating all around the world. Literally thousands of people in the streets in Paris, thousands of people in the streets of London, in Belgium, and even demonstrations in New York and Washington, D.C., in Toronto and Canada, and various places around the world. But the media is not writing anything about it because they don't want it to be something that's put out in the world. And so I'm telling you about this because it's something that you should be aware of. It's a critical battle. I will tell you this about the Congo. Let me see the hands of people here with a cell phone. Okay, good. Let me see the hands of people here with a computer. Okay. Did you know that the most important mineral that goes into the development of cell phones comes from Congo? 80% of all of that is called coltan. 80% of it comes from Congo. Since 1998, maybe 7 million African people have been killed in Congo in proxy wars that is led by the U.S. through black faces and what have you, over coltan, among other things. This is what's happening to our people. And so I wanted to alert you to the situation in Congo because just like Compañero Marcos is here today, tomorrow, and sometime soon, we're touring people to inform us about what's happening in the Congo as well. Now, what I want to do It is my pleasure, my sisters and brothers and comrades, to present to you Comrade Marcos Garcia, who is the labor attaché from the Venezuelan embassy, who himself has a history first as a student organizer. This was during a time before the revolution when it was extremely dangerous to do things like that. He also was a labor organizer because he understood that all value that you see all around you, from computers to everything else, it comes as a consequence of labor. Human beings putting their hands to nature to create things that people end up treating as commodities and stuff like that. And so we understand the significance of the workers. That's why we're a working class movement as well. And this is part of the history of Marcos Garcia. There's much more. And we'll let him come up and speak for himself. And I would like for you to welcome Marcos Garcia. Please, Uhuru.
Thank you for the opportunity you give me to be here with you, to talk with you. That's what diplomats are supposed to do. Try to explain the reality of their country to the people of the country where they are working. I'm working as diplomat, but I'm always belong to a tradition of revolutionary organizations in Venezuela. That date back to 1930 when the first left organization was organized in the country. If we go very more to the 19th century, we'll look at the liberation movement. Venezuela was the first country in South America that declared the independence from Spain. And through the 19th century, there was a lot of violent situation due to the problem of racial exclusion. You know, all our countries were organized based on the difference, the difference that the elite supposed exists between indigenous, black, what they call black, but they are in fact African, and white people or European people. We were talking with the chairman about the common interest that we have. As he said, what we have been doing in Venezuela during the last year is just developing different programs to overcome the situation of poverty and exclusion that we live. We had in 1998 about 70% of poor people living in Venezuela. Because of this program that have to do with housing, health, education, food, productions and jobs, we right now reduce the poverty rate to 27%. So that's a big effort. That is a big effort. Of course, we have to understand that Venezuela is an oil country. We have a lot of resources. Before, those resources were, used just to promote the interests of corporations. Right now, what we're trying to do is just try to promote the interests of people, to include people that have been systematically excluded from our country, and at the same time, try to help at international level. We have many programs going on in, for instance, the Caribbean region with PetroCaribe. It's an energy project that is used to help the Caribbean countries to overcome the situation they face in the area of energy, and at the same time have some resources to promote different projects, economic projects in all those countries. all the Caribbean countries are participating in PetroCaribe. In the U.S., as the chairman said, we have a heating oil project. Heating oil project is a project that helps poor people and indigenous people in the U.S. to have access to heating oil that in any other case they wouldn't have access to. We believe in cooperation. Together with Cuba, back in 2003, we organized the Bolivarian Alliance for the People of America, ALBA. It is an international project where right now there are 12 countries participating. Among them, we have Nicaragua, Cuba, Venezuela, Bolivia, Ecuador, Dominica, Antigua, Barbudas, and I don't remember the others. But all these countries, instead of, most of the time we understand international activity as a kind of competence, like the free trade agreement. The free trade agreement is supposed to allow different countries to free the market so that the different companies can compete among themselves, and we will see the best one be the owner of the markets. There was a free trade agreement signed recently. And in fact, the free trade agreement is just an agreement to promote the interests of corporations. That's the main issue. Workers don't count, neither in the U.S. nor in the other countries. In the case of, for instance, in Mexico, the agricultural sector in Mexico was destroyed, and that's why there are a lot of Mexicans coming to the U.S. Because they don't have jobs in their countries. Well, in the case of ALBA is designed to cooperate, not to compete. There is a good experience. For instance, we make an agreement with Cuba. We need a lot of doctors in Venezuela, and Cuba have a lot of doctors. And Cuba needs energy, so we exchange energy for doctors. While the doctors in Venezuela, Cuba have the energy. With Nicaragua, we exchange energy for agricultural stuff. And so we have been working with other countries in that way, cooperate. We organized also an international health project called Misión Milagro. So people from different countries, even from the U.S., can go to Cuba and Venezuela and get a surgery, okay, that they have some kind of disease. Free, completely free. You don't have to pay anything. And those people are the people that didn't have any access to the formal health sector. Right now, we are cooperating in the educational sector, for instance, in the Latin American School of Medicine. We organized a School of Medicine in Venezuela, just like the one that Cuba have. And there are people studying there from all Latin American countries, even from some African countries. Completely free. They don't have to pay anything to study medicine. But it's look easy. It seems like it's easy to do all these things, but the first people that that graduate from that school this year, we graduated about 8,500 people. The formal medical sector of Venezuela said that it was a bad idea to get those doctors because they don't have the skills to be doctors. And there is a big discussion right now in Venezuela about that, because it seems that it is impossible to have a doctor outside the formal sector. It's not the formal sector, the traditional sector, I would say. So the doctors that learn medicine in terms of business, as in most of our country. The doctor that we are being graduating in the Latin American School of Medicine, learn medicine in terms of cooperation, in terms of helping people, of social interest, not the business. So there is a contradiction between the formal sector that we have, the traditional sector of medicine, and this new sector that we're working on, that we are organizing, because we won't have the Cuban working in Venezuela all their life. We need our own doctor, and we're working on that, But now there is this big discussion with the organization of doctors in Venezuela. They think that is something negative to Venezuela to have this amount of doctor. I understand that, traditionally in Venezuela, we graduate annually like 1,500 doctors. And in the School of Medicine, we're graduating like 8,500 doctors. There's a big difference, So that's the kind of problem that we are facing right now in Venezuela. As you know, we are not threatening the U.S. and any other country. We don't have tradition of international war like in our country. We've never been involved in any international conflict. We don't have tradition of terrorists. We don't know what is that. Of course, we suffered a terrorist attack in 1976 when Posada Carriles exploded an airplane, Venezuelan airplane, and killed about 75 people. And that guy is living here in the U.S. without any problem, completely free. We don't have nuclear weapons. We don't have nuclear energy. We don't understand how we can have relations with, different organizations that have different traditions. For instance, the media here in the US say that we have terrorists from the FARC, Colombia. Then we also have terrorists from Midwest. And we also have terrorists from Europe, from the ETA. They try to present Venezuela as if we have a school of terrorists in our country. But we cannot teach terrorism because we don't have experience of terrorism. That's the main problem. And what I think, living here in Venezuela, in the US for 4 years, is that what they're trying to do is to avoid that the people, not only in the US, but in the international, and that the government can use the resources they have to solve the problem of people in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of housing. That's the main concern they have, because they're not doing that. We have recently a conference in Venezuela, a labor conference. A bunch like 7,000 labor activists meeting, and the President Chávez was talking in the conference. And he said that he has a commitment with working with the workers' movement. He's going to change the law. We have been trying to change the labor law around 10 years. He's going to change the law. He's going to change a lot of difficult situations workers are facing. We established as a public policy in the Venezuelan government that no worker had to be outsourced. The traditional resource that corporations use to eliminate workers' rights, outsourcing. So you are working for instance, a factory, getting a good wage with social security, everything that they say, you have to work right now with this other company outside our organization. You won't have this protection, and you will receive, instead of $30 per hour, you will receive like $15 per hour. So we forbidden that, and we're working to overcome that kind of tradition in which workers are excluded from all the formal sector of health, education, and housing through this. In terms of the African-Venezuelan situation, we organized a conference last year trying to connect all those African people that think that we have some right, that we need to come together to promote our interests, our own agenda. It was the first conference organized with this aim, because we understand that right wing is trying to use the African movement to promote the neoliberal agenda. In fact, they organized a conference we organized a conference in July, and they organized a conference in August. business conference, all these guys talking about businesses with the support of multilateral organization and talking about neoliberal projects, talking about free trade agreement. That was the main concern of that conference. We organized in our conference, we talk about, for instance, the situation of Haiti. The need that we have to have the economic support from the government. We propose to public fund in the country of Alba to develop projects that include Afro-American people. And when I'm talking about Afro-American, I'm talking about the African that live in America, not only in the U.S., because that's another problem. It seems that only the U.S. people is American, so we all are Americans. American, I live in the South. Americans that are here live in the North, but we all are Americans. In that conference, we also talk about the need to establish solidarity with the Colombian, Afro-Colombian that have been killed, just like in the Congo. It's the same thing, exactly the same strategy. The Afro-Colombian had the lands and, corporation want to develop the projects, but there is a problem. There are people living in those areas. They have to talk with those people. Those people are African that live in Colombia. So the main solution that they find is just to displace the people, kill them and displace them, so they have to move to other place to see what they can do, and so that the corporation can develop the projects in the lands of the Afro-Colombian, just like they are doing in the Congo. It's the same thing, exactly the same thing. I think that we need to connect. We need to learn about each other. There is a lot of lack of information due to the situation that we have with the media. The media have a view of reality that promote the interests of corporation, mainly. We need to develop our own media. That will take time. We had that experience in 2002 when the coup d'etat was organized in Venezuela. We didn't have media at that time, just small, and the media of the state, public media. When all the media was controlled by corporation. So during the coup d'etat, nobody in Venezuela had any information about what's going on. So the only way in which we can have access to the information was through international media, CNN. You know what CNN is. But after that, the coup, we learned that we need media, So right now we're promoting the organization of media at different level, community level. I'm not talking about political media, just media where the people can say what they're doing and say what they think, in the community. For instance, if you have a community here, you need the media to talk and say what you think and what you're doing. That's what's happening right now in Venezuela. We have a bunch of new media. I was talking with the chairman. The Venezuelan revolution all revolution is different. And the Venezuelan revolution, the difference of the Venezuelan revolution is that first, we don't have one-party system. We have a multi-party system. The revolution is supported by different organizations. Recently, we organized the Unified Socialist Party. But there are a lot of people that support the revolution, but they don't like the party. And they are their own movement. And they are in the revolution also. Besides, we have the opposition party that receives support from the U.S. government here, in Venezuela. We have a bunch of, a coalition of 12 opposition party working in Venezuela, and they are going to participate in the next election that we're going to have in October. Free election. We have an electoral system where that is controlled at different levels with machine and also with tickets, so you can have a proof of how the people vote and check that with the outcome of the machines. It's very difficult to make what they used to do in Venezuela, where dead people can vote. Right now, if you want to vote, you need to identify yourself in the machine, with the machine. So the people cannot vote anymore in Venezuela. And yes, I know. Yes, and you know what happened? It's interesting, and that's something that you know. Traditionally in Venezuela, the people that have the right to vote, the effective right to vote, are the middle class. Most of them, poor people, they have access to vote because different reasons, for different reasons. Sometimes they didn't have an identification card, so they couldn't vote. Other times, there was in big towns with, I would say, 20,000 voters, there was just like 1 or 2 places where they can vote, so it was very difficult. When you look at the middle class neighborhood, there are plenty of places where you can vote, you know. So the opposition in Venezuela, they have been getting almost the same outcome of the electoral process that they used to get in the past. The difference is that poor people is voting, so that's the difference that made Chavez president and maintain him as the president of Venezuela. Because here, the media say that Chavez is a veto, he's president for life, but that's not true. We organize election for presidents each 6 years. Organize election for congressmen, councils, state, all the levels. And even at the middle of the period, when the president has 3 years, we have the right to recall him. And in fact, the President Chavez, in 2003, we have a recall process that President Chavez won. And also, from my point, and even in the National Assembly, we have like something like 16 parties represented in the National Assembly. So it's, from the point of view of quantity, I feel that democracy in Venezuela allows more participation than in any other country, where in the country you just have 2 parties. Yeah. Like in Venezuela in the past, we have a bipartisan system, 2 parties that have the control of almost everything. Right now we don't have that system. We have a multi-system party. People from different sectors can participate. For instance, the indigenous people have the right to have 3 indigenous representatives in the National Assembly. That's new. And the only people that vote to elect those representatives are indigenous. The Afro-Venezuelan movement was asking for something like that, but you know, still we don't have enough consciousness in the leadership to understand this process, because I was explaining that the ideology of racism in Venezuela is different to the ideology of racism here in the States. Because in Venezuela they said that we don't have problem of racism. All of us are Venezuelans. We are equal. We are mixed. That's the concept. But when you go to look for a good job, you know, good job, good position, good houses, people that live in those places tend to be white. And the people that work in the worst job, in the worst neighborhood, tend to be black. So at the end of the day, we had the same outcome with a different explanation. Because what they did through that ideology was that many Venezuelan, African Venezuelan, lost the conscience of who they are. Yeah. You know, many of them don't know who they are. So when you talk about African, they say, "Oh no, African and Venezuelan. You are black." No, I'm not so black, you know. Yeah, it's funny, but that's the reality. Right now, we are organizing a census, the first one when we're going to count the African Venezuela. First time after the slavery system. So the last time we count African Venezuela we were on the slavery like in more than 100 years ago. But now, through the work of the Afro-Venezuelan Network Organization and many other people, we are working on that. We get a first outcome. One of the problems we have in Venezuela, the difference we have with the U.S. is that we don't know exactly what is the situation of the African Venezuelan population, because we don't have information, statistical information. We don't know how many African Venezuelans are living there. And we have the problem that many Africans that live in Venezuela, they don't believe of themselves as African. They believe that they are just Venezuelan. Others say that they are not African, that they are black, but they are black Venezuelan. So there are a lot of interesting situation that's seen in the problem of the African in Venezuela. But there are some other positive things. For instance, I was telling to my brother here that the Afro-Venezuelan music, the traditional Afro-Venezuelan music is in Venezuela's main thing. Where you find a group of 200 Venezuelans. For instance, we have a game of the Venezuelan soccer team with the Salvador soccer team in DC. And there are not too much Venezuelan living in DC, but we find like almost 200 Venezuelan, meeting them to support our national team. And after some beers, they began to dance with the drums. And there are not too much Africa from Venezuela living in the U.S. More of them were white skin or not so black as they used to be in Venezuela, but they feel that that's the culture, that's their music. Yeah. But they don't know that music comes from Africa. Yeah. They don't understand that. Yeah. They say that's Venezuelan music. So, well, I will have time to talk with you, depending, we can talk about the interest you have. I don't know what you want to know, so I just talking about different things. I will be here sometime, so we'll have the opportunity to talk about a specific situation. We have the meeting, trying to put in place some projects, just the first step of some projects we can work on. And we have been working in other projects. There was a delegation of the Uhuru Movement in Venezuela in the conference that we organized in July. I think it is the first formal contact that we have between this movement and Venezuela. I've been proposing that some of the activists of the movement can visit Venezuela so that they can learn about what's going on in Venezuela in different areas. And well, I think that we have a lot of things to do in the next year in terms of international activity, because the main thing of international activity is the connection. If we don't connect, it will be impossible to do anything else. And we need to have solidarity. We need to have support from each other, to cooperate. Cooperation is our main objective at this time. And in the case of Venezuela, we have been cooperating with countries, with government, with local governments, and with organizations. Well, we have a very wide approach to the issue of cooperation. Traditional cooperation is a relation between government, and we understand that, but we also understand that there are people, and we're working in what we call people diplomacy. The diplomacy that helps to connect people with people. That's what we are trying to do here in the U.S. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
We want to open the mic and give you an opportunity to ask some questions. And I just wanted to say, however, that I think is really important what the comrade just talked about in terms of media and having to have our own media. Even as this meeting right now that we're having is being broadcast over the internet. We have through Uhuru Radio, and it's also being video cast so that people are able to see and listen to this, and all over the world. In fact, the people everywhere who are connected to Uhuru Radio. And so people are participating that way, and you should support it. You should support uhurunews.com. Go to it and you can get to Uhuru Radio as well. I also want to say that I heard people laughing when Compañero was talking about how people Africans in Venezuela said, "I'm not African, I'm Venezuelan." Well, in the United States, I hear them say, "I'm not African, I'm Venezuelan too." So it's a contradiction that we face in terms of an assault on our identity as a people. That's part of what imperialism has done to us, what colonialism has done to us. And so that we are ignorant of our own identity, and we call ourselves by names and terms that have been imposed on us. I'm going to give you an example, one that I use commonly. Like in West Africa, there's a small place that's called Cameroon. And, people call themselves Cameroonians. And what most people don't know is that the word Cameroon comes from the Portuguese word for shrimp. Because when the Portuguese first got there, they found a lot of shrimp when they first went into that area. So you got all these Africans walking around calling themselves shrimp. But they're not shrimp any more than we are Negroes or Negro American. You can't get on the ship in Africa as an African and then get off in Venezuelan as a Venezuelan. If we got on the ship as Africans in Africa, when we got off the same ship, unless that was a magic ship, when we got off that ship, even Dr. Spock couldn't do this, when we got off that ship, the United States, we were still Africans. And I think that's fundamental, important for us to understand. But when they do that, they fracture your consciousness, and then they limit your ability to struggle and to organize and to unite with each other. And unity is a critical thing, as has just been mentioned. So I'd like to open it up now, and for any of you who might have questions, and don't think there's any question that's that's too stupid or something like that to ask. Ask any question that you might have, and some of it may be political, and you may just want to know how the brothers and sisters are doing in Venezuela. If not how they're doing, how they do it in Venezuela. So I'd like to turn it over and to you and to Marcos Garcia to further this discussion. Uhuru.
Bruce Wright. Yes, Reverend Bruce Wright, Poor People's Economic Human Rights Campaign, and I was wondering, in your estimation, how important is it at this point, with all the global struggles going on, revolutionary struggles and the Occupy movements, how important is it to unite poor and oppressed peoples at this juncture across international lines?
Okay, so you got. Oh, you want to ask your question first, then I'll then you second.
Okay, well, I think it's important. The problem is that it's not easy. Most of the time, poor people is very concerned with, they are looking for a job, they're looking for a house, they're looking for, a lot of things. They are very active trying to live, to find a living. And the first thing that we need is to create organization. That's what we learned in Venezuela. It was not easy at the beginning. I've been working during 12 years in terms of getting different projects that help us to promote the participation of people. And at the beginning, it was difficult, but because they didn't know how to manage a project, for instance, they didn't have any knowledge. There was some project where the people believed that it was, some resources the state gave them, and that they don't have any responsibility for the resources. So we have been experiences a process in which people have to be trained, they have to learn how to organize, how to coordinate, how to participate. Of course, there are different types of poor people. For instance, it's not the same when you go to a community where the people is poor but they have tradition. Like, for instance, the indigenous communities. It's easier there because even though they are poor, they are persons that have a culture, that have a tradition, that know who they are. But when you go to a community, for instance, a sub-community that we have in Venezuela, from people that used to live in the countryside, and because they didn't have jobs in the countryside, they have to move to the city, and in the city they find, and they mix with different people from other areas, and they didn't have access to education, and they love the tradition they have in their town. So you will find people that didn't have enough values to promote, some kind of organization. It's more difficult. So even though it is important, it is not an easy task, It's really difficult to organize and to work at that level. That's why I think that we need to work in different sectors, not only in the project with the poor people that is necessary, but also with workers, for instance. Because when you work, you learn some kind of discipline in your job. You have to be there at some time, you have to leave at some other time, you have to administrate some money, it's different. In the case of the African movement, I feel that the African movement has been very involved in, for instance, issues of culture, history, but they are not so concerned with the economic problem of poor people. In the case of Venezuela, that's our experience, For instance, if you have a good job, you will have a lot of problems solved, So you need to organize people to look for good jobs. And if you want to organize at that level, you have to work with unions, you have to work with cooperative movement, and with people that deal with those issues. And what I understand, the tradition of poor people is people that didn't have access. So in that case, we have to develop projects to give them some access that they don't have. For instance, in housing, in health, in education, it's like a different type of organization. But it's something that has to be done. Poor people have to participate, and it is the only way in which the revolution can go ahead, because the current system that we are being facing all around America is a system in which only a few middle-class sector has access to all the services, health, education, housing, jobs, good jobs, Most of the people, they have access to that. Just they work, they work one day and the other they don't know what to do, or they don't have a house, they have to live in a very bad house, it's almost destroyed, or they don't have access to health, they don't have doctors, So the situation of the organization of poor people is that, and we need to work at different levels with different organizations. We need to promote the coordination and connection of the organization that work at that level. That's why I understand with the participation of poor people at the international level is the participation of people organized and with experience, with something to say about what's going on.
David, if you can speak up because you don't have a mic.
Okay, I just really want to appreciate this process right here, and I'm glad that you made it here. I'm really eager to get a lot of information, and so really you kind of touched on the first question that I had, but yet still I had two questions I would do. One was, I know you mentioned in terms of the progress that's going on in Venezuela in terms of with the workers and how poverty has improved by over 27%. I was, and then you mentioned as far as the African question as well. I was wondering if there's any campaigns or any programs that are being organized right now by the government in order to, build the African workers question from as far as education to even programs within the community, to build economic development. And then my second question was, I sort of heard something, and I've been reading the news and stuff like that, and I heard that Obama kind of made criticism in regards to Venezuela's solidarity with Iran and the Middle East or what have you, so-called Middle East. And I was curious as to what is, Venezuela's position on that, if that is the case, and exactly what's the role with so-called Middle East and Venezuela in your relationship.
Okay, well, in terms of the projects, there are a lot of projects but there is not like a project directed to the African Venezuelan community. But African Venezuela live in poor communities, most of them. So the projects organized by the government to face this situation affect the life of African Venezuelan in terms of education, for instance. And when we talk about education, we're talking about the way in which we are educated, with our own tradition. That's something that we have been working on, because the traditional school, not only in Venezuela but all around this continent, teach us based on an Eurocentric model. Right now, we're developing different models, trying to incorporate the tradition of our own communities. There are a lot of projects of cooperatives organizing in the area of Barlovento, one of the African Venezuelan regions, agricultural projects, tourism projects. This project food, when we organize the distribution of food with the support of the government. So we are working on that. Right now, well, the health project, we have the Misión Milagro that is at the international level, and Misión Barrio Adentro is translated inside the neighborhoods, where the doctors go to the community. And as I told you, the problem that we have is that as we don't know exactly where formally, I would say, where the Afro-Venezuelans are, because we don't have any statistic of the population based on that concept. We don't have still a specific information. That's something that we need, to see how we are doing with these different programs and projects. In relation to the Middle East and Iran, Venezuela is another country. Iran is another country, oil-producing country. Sorry. Even Iraq. When President Chavez became president, the first year in 1999, he visited Iraq. Nobody wanted to go to Iraq. Nobody. And President Chavez went to Iraq. He had been meeting with Saddam Hussein to talk about oil. That's our main industry. So we have the same situation with Iran. We have relations that date back to 1946. But it seemed as if with the President Chavez was when we began to have relations with Iran. Well, an old traditional relation with that country. We have interest in the oil exporting organization, OPEC. We're a member of OPEC. We have been developing some cooperation projects, building some factories in Venezuela. And that's all. It's a relation, I think, with any countries. We understand that the U.S. have differences with Iran, but that is a problem between Iran and the U.S. And the U.S. cannot tell us our international policy. You know, that's our own business. We have to We even propose a Pacific solution to the situation of Libya through the ALBA countries. But they didn't take into account that proposal, so the one that made the African Union. It makes something similar proposal. Right now, we sent like months ago a delegation from the ALBA country into Syria because we know what's trying to do with Syria. Yes. You know. What's the main concern? The main concern we have is that we cannot allow this kind of international actions, you know, against other countries, violent action against other countries, because then we won't have like international law, you know, rights. You have the right to have your country and live in your country the way that you want to live, like the living we're living. That's your right. Nobody outside your country can go to your country, destroy your country to organize a different government because they don't like you. In the case of Iran, you know, if we allow the same situation that Libya live happening in Iran and then in Syria, who will be the next? Will be Venezuela. You know, so it's a problem of international geopolitics. You know, we're working at the level in which we have to promote the interests of the countries that are similar to us in terms of production, industry, in terms of political interest. We are not, as I said before, we are not working at any level trying to organize an international aggression against anybody. No, we don't have that tradition. But they try to present us as if we were a terrorist country. And that's the real situation. I feel that as a community, you have to take into account all those developments, because what happened? In the 60s, I know that there was a very difficult process in which a lot of people was in jail or was killed, and nobody knows about that, knew about that in other countries. It was like a national affair here. And something similar happened in Venezuela in the 60s. Also, we have the same period where a lot of people was killed. And in other South American countries in the 70s, with the Operation Condor operation, even it was an international coordination to kill people from different countries. And right now the situation in Latin America is different. We have a lot of progressive government in Latin America. I feel that you need to understand that right now you have possibilities to do things that before were almost impossible in terms of cooperation or joint development. You can do that now. It won't be easy, but it can be done. We can work together in different areas. And that can help you in your communities in what you do here. And at the same time, it will allow you to understand what's going on in Latin America. And in the case that we face a situation similar to the situation that we're looking at in the Middle East, you will have the understanding to organize solidarity with our countries. So it's like the same thing, the mutual interest that all of us have.
In just a few days, in this country, a lot of people are going to be celebrating
the birth of Martin Luther King, January. And I think it's really important to be able to connect. That's why it's so important for us to have these discussions, because a lot of people understand what happens in this country in the 60s in isolation. King was murdered. King was assassinated in the 60s. Malcolm X was assassinated in the 60s. Bobby Hutton of the Black Panther Party was assassinated in the 60s. Patrice Lumumba in the Congo was assassinated in the 60s. You had Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, first president of independent Ghana, was overthrown in 1966. And of course, as was mentioned, Operation Condor, this is something that was sweeping counter-revolution, usually with the United States in the center or in the head, was sweeping the world at that time to push back revolutionary struggles. A lot of times people say, well, you know, what happened in the 60s? People just stopped struggling. People didn't stop struggling. People were murdered. 1972, the United States was involved in overthrowing the government of Chile, Pinochet. There were thousands of people who went to Chile after Pinochet was elected, assuming that this was a socialist government, that they could be able, and these were revolutionaries from around South America. And then, of course, under U.S. leadership, when that government was overthrown, they were pushed into stadiums. Thousands of revolutionaries from throughout South America were massacred, were murdered as a consequence of that. And I just want to say, in terms of Iran, it's really important to understand some things about Iran. One of them is that the United States government overthrew the democratically elected Mohammad Mossadegh in 1954 and replaced him with the Shah, who terrorized the people and who they used in a way similar to what they used Israel as a policeman, in that region to protect what they've called their interests in terms of oil and what have you. And they want to act surprised that the Iranian people, you know, when people used to demonstrate in this country from Iran, students, when we were with them, they had to put sacks over their heads so that they could not be identified, because the Iranian secret police, Savak, if they identified them, then they would go and do things to their families back in Iran. So that's what the United States has been involved in, and to be able to say that something is wrong because they would have a relationship with Iran. And then I'm going to say this, and they tell Iran that they cannot have nuclear power. They say because the Iranians are going to develop nuclear weapons. The Iranians say they want to use it for energy. But the point is that how can the United States, with more nuclear weapons than anybody on earth, the only country that's ever used nuclear weapons against somebody, how can they sit here and tell the people of Iran they can't have nuclear weapons or nuclear energy? That's the hypocrisy that we're looking at with the current world order, and that's why people like Hugo Chavez and other revolutionary forces represent a problem for them, and that's why we have to get organized during this critical point in history. Somebody else had a question?
Brother Garcia, it's a pleasure being in your company, not only as a labor attaché of the Venezuelan government, but as my neighbor. I was born in Guyana. And as you mentioned earlier, the Caribbean is benefiting from the Petro-Caribbean. As you probably do know, that there has been an ongoing feud between Guyana and Venezuela with regard the area whereby some oil has been discovered. I know that a Canadian company has been hired to explore that oil. What is the status of the locale of that oil refinery, if you want to call it, that possibility of that oil being drilled off the coast of Guyana, and exactly whose territory it is?
Well, you know, they are discussing the issue of the territory, so it's a legal thing that has to be agreed. We have to agree about that. You know, the opposition movement in Venezuela tried to promote like a kind of situation in which we didn't care about our territory, and the Guyana were taking away some thing that belongs to Venezuela. And the same happened with Colombia some time ago. President Chavez said that we are brother countries, you know, and we have to solve our situation through negotiation and discussion. That even though the opposition were interested in some kind of conflict between Venezuela and Guyana, we didn't have any interest in that as a country, as a government. There is nothing yet agreed in terms of, you know, some kind of I would say, agreement in which we can work on that area, who's gonna get the oil, how will be done, you know, there's nothing. Still we're discussing that situation. But the point is that we didn't accept as a country that we're gonna have a conflict with Guyana because of that. And there is a lot of people in Venezuela interested in that, you know, because it will be very useful for the interests of the corporation that we have a kind of conflict with the two countries. I don't know specifically, there is nothing as far as I know. And I know they are discussing, there are some kind of binational teams trying to establish some kind of legal framework to see how we can agree on something. I know that it's gonna take some time. It won't be easy because the problem of borders are always difficult. We have a difference with Colombia, and the last time we tried to agree on something was in 1982, I think, was a kind of pre-agreement, and when it was public, you know, nobody agreed with that. So I think that the only way in which we could solve that kind of situation is through some kind of cooperation agreement, you know, working together. But I don't know if that can be agreed between our two governments. Because there are, you know, I think that in Guyana you will have the same situation. People that say, you know, that's belong to us, or I want to take it. You know, it's normal. That's the same discussion we have with Colombia. But the Venezuelan government understands that any discussion has to be solved through negotiation. That's the main point. The other point is how long will take the negotiation. Evo Morales said recently, because we have the difference with Chile in relation to the access of Bolivia to the sea, that he won't be discussing with Chile during 100 years because he needs a solution right now. And that's true. But I don't see that in the case of the difference between Guyana and Venezuela, we have that kind of pressure, you know. It's different. We have a long time discussing that. And even in the 70s, there was some interest in promoting the conflict between our two countries at the military level in the 70s. So what I know is that we have to be careful with that. We have to be smart. And we have to discuss and try to find a solution, but my understanding is that any solution had to be like some kind of cooperation agreement. That will be the only way. Because any agreement in which somebody lose something will have a lot of opposition inside the countries.
Thank you. Uhuru, I want to give Comrade Garcia and the chairman both a big hand. We've had some excellent. And I know everybody learned a lot, because I learned a lot just in a very short amount of time with Comrade Garcia being here about Venezuela. What we're going to do now is we're going to eat, and people might want to talk to Comrade Garcia.
Yeah, one more question.
Have to make it very brief.
Quick. Well, we know Ambassador is a reservoir. That's why you look at, President you look at here. My question is, do you see any fusion of the Chinese in Venezuela? Because observed that in the Caribbean, especially in Jamaica, the Chinese are taking the intrusion, infusion, to take over the economics. Did that take place in Venezuela?
Well, we have a lot of free agreements with China. We hope to increase in terms of energy, to increase the exchange from 500,000 barrels per day to 500,000, sorry, to 1 million, something like that. And sometime during the, President Chávez said that sometime during the next 10 years or 15 years, China will be the main social partner of Venezuela, in substitution of the US, that is the main social partner that we have right now. What happened is that China is a country that has been developing very fast. They have a lot of resources. They have a better administration than the capitalist countries. I think that right now they have more possibility to cooperate with other countries than the US and the European countries because of the debt that they have. We have a big debt here and also in the European countries. So the role of China in the international economic situation will increase in the next years. Of course, it's like any international agreement. You need to have national sovereignty to make the agreement. You know, I don't think that our countries have to change from one kind of dependence to another. Because at the same time that we are making this agreement with China, we're working very hard promoting the integration of the Latin American countries. We need to have a regional base. We need to increase the trade exchange among the Latin American countries. We need to promote our relationships, strengthen our relationships. And that will be like the first step to guarantee our sovereignty as countries. You know, the relation that we can build among the Latin American countries. We look at China as a partner, important partner, because you know they have technology, they have resources, and we have been making a lot of agreements. They have been helping us in building a lot of infrastructure in Venezuela, housing, in transportation. We have agreement in the oil production. Well, I think they are all around the Latin American country. Not only in the Caribbean or in Venezuela, all around. Brazil, I think that right now Brazil is the main trade partner of China in terms of the Latin American country, and Brazil is a very big country.
Stay right here for a second. I'm going to call up the deputy chairperson of the African People's Socialist Party to make a presentation to Comrade Garcia.
Uhuru, before I make this presentation, I just want to give a couple of shout outs to people in the audience that are here. Tammy Harris, who is the administrative assistant to the Office of the Chair. Also, I have a new neighbor who is here. Her name is Kanisha Williams. I want to give a shout out to her. I also want to give a shout out to Pop Lancaster, who has been our photographer for over 30 plus years. Is that right? And also I want to recognize Maxine Robinson, who has also been around the Uhuru Movement for a very long time. And the chairman also mentioned the Burnsville newspaper, Uhuru News and Radio, and I would like to give a shout out to the Agitprop department, Nabinga Dimbaswe, who is the director of Agitprop. And I just really want to recognize Agitprop, because without Agitprop, a lot of things couldn't happen. You would not be able to get this news. You would not be able to see the Burning Spear newspaper. And I want to recognize some of the staff in that office. We have Ms. Minnie, who is here. We have Sandy Thompson, who is here, and I'm glad to see you, Sandy. As well as Jesse Nevels, who is instrumental in making Agitprop happen. So without further ado.
Well, let's recognize the food person.
Oh, yeah.
The one who organized the food.
Yes.
It's still time.
Yes, yes. We'd like to recognize our comrade, Baye Moye, who has been around for many, many years and has always been on the front court of helping us put anything we need together. So I want to really recognize Baye Moye. So without further ado, we have a plaque that we want to present to Comrade Marco Garcia on the behalf of the African People's Socialist Party USA for your continued support and the liberation of Africa and African people worldwide. If you look on your table, we have, I just found out some interesting information today from Congress. The flag for Venezuela, it has, on this particular flag, it has 7 stars, right? And it should be 8. And also the little horse that's right in the corner, it should be flying to the left. And it's to the right. So we just found out that they have a new flag. So we really want to say, make sure when he comes, we're going to make sure we have the correct flag for him.
Well, that's the flag of the opposition. The one that we got on the table is the flag of the reactionaries, right? Because Chavez, when he went to power, he changed the flag, right? So to make it inclusive, there's a province that was left out, he added the province, and he took that horse, he freed that horse. That horse that before was colonized. So he set the horse free. And ours still has a colonial horse and a neo-colonial flag. So it was a big error on our part.
Right. So in saying that, we want to also give him a flag of the African nation, which is the red, black, and green flag. So coming out and supporting this historical event. And I just want to say that 2012 is coming and that we hope that you will continue to support the African People's Socialist Party because we have a lot of dynamic things coming up in 2012. We have our 40-year history of the party that we're getting ready to celebrate. We're also getting ready to celebrate our APSP USA plenary in February. So we have a lot of things that's coming out. We're going to be launching Uhuru Vintage here in St. Petersburg, Florida. We're going to, which is a clothing line that we're going to be launching. And we're also going to be launching our smoothie bar that's located in the Tyrone Lewis Community Gym on January 14th. So we want people to come out and support us and just come out and support us all year long.
I need to mention to you that Ron Bob Simple, who we told you is also Marcus Garvey. That's his day job. But no, that's he does this incredible Marcus Garvey presentation, but he's an actor and has appeared in a number of productions all around the world. And coming up is 7 guitars. And I don't have on my glasses, but you want to say when that is and where?
Yes, starts January 18th through February 26th at the American State Theater on 3rd Avenue. And officially, the opening night is January 20th. That's written by August Wilson, and it's another fabulous production that I'm looking forward to, because when you see, you'll find out exactly why I say that.
Right on.
So I do have a few flyers in case those of you might be interested.
Good. Yeah, I want to try and take my grandsons to that. My two youngest grandsons, that's my grandson also, Damon Rio, and his wife, and who is a real factor in working with our economic development program right now. So people can eat, I think. Yes. Oh, okay. I turn it back over to you, I'm told. Did you want to say anything?
No, thank you. Thank you for the presence. It's, very important because it makes history. My grandchild went to the U.S. with this organization back in 2011, December. It's a very interesting day, 30th of December. So there are two times when I've been working at this stage of the year. Once when I was reunion, I was discussing a collective agreement. My wife was crazy because I keep working all day long. And this one is like a very nice activity, I would say. And I hope that we can, as I told you, we can do many things in the future because it's necessary, simply necessary. I told the chairman that I've been looking in the U.S. for people like you that, organized, have been working a long time and look like that you need more connection, You are very, very close because of the experience you have to face in terms of the environment, whether you live the political and social environment. And right now I feel that it's time to open and go through different experiences and relationships. And in Latin America, you will find a lot of very interesting things. I keep telling to the African people and the US people that, you always look to Europe. And you have in Africa, and you get your country because of any situation you go to Europe. You have to go to Latin America. It will be better for you. You have more connection, more support than in Europe. Or if they don't go to Europe, they go to the US. Something in some way similar, And in Latin America, you have like a free read, different level of freedom, of course. But you will find a lot of the very interesting situation in our countries, not only in Venezuela, also in Ecuador, Bolivia, Nicaragua, Salvador, Cuba, a lot of places that you can go and learn and connect. So thank you.
Uhuru comrades, again, I want to really thank Comrade Garcia and the chairman and all of you for coming, and now we're going to eat.
Uhuru, wow, what an incredible, historic video that was. And it struck me too, as we move into this next segment, that video was pre-Black Power Blueprint. And so it segues nicely into our next segment, where we're going to learn about one of the most absolutely incredible anti-colonial economic development programs of the African People's Socialist Party in the form of the Black Power Blueprint. So led by Omali Yeshitela, president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries, the Black Power Blueprint was launched in 2017 on the north side of St. Louis, the most impoverished area of the city. The Black Power Blueprint is buying abandoned, dilapidated buildings, initiating a rapid process of restoration or demolition and reallocation of land to create community-generated self-reliance programs that uplift the residents and engage them socially, politically, and economically in the future of the African community. In 3 years, APEDF and BSI have raised over $300,000 in funds, primarily from crowdfunding, webinars, Uhuru Pies and Uhuru Furniture sales, countless donors, and in-kind services and contributions. This outpouring of support has enabled the Black Power Blueprint to transform a community, not just with land and buildings, but with a sense of pride and a vision of a prosperous future once again. So in the following video, we will see a presentation from Black Power Blueprint Architect Deputy Chair Omali Yeshitela as she lays out various aspects of the program at the March 12, 2023 National Uhuru Solidarity Movement Convention that was held here in St. Louis, Missouri. Uhuru.
So we have a second day today that is going to be incredibly powerful and incredibly significant. This is my first time in St. Louis. I just want to say. It is so good to be here to see this incredible Uhuru House that I've never seen in person. I've seen it on so many webinars on Omali Taught Me Sunday Studies. So to be here is so powerful. And I just want to say, if you're watching online, if you haven't been here, you've got to come. You've got to see it with your own eyes, because St. Louis is really something to witness. Yeah. It's the first thing that struck me coming into St. Louis is just the absolute depth of the colonial conditions that African people have to live in here. I mean, I've heard people like Comrade Kitty Riley describe it as like bombed out, and you hear these words, these descriptions, but until you see it in person, you have to see it to let it really affect you, to see the extent of like the humiliation of having to live in these conditions, the terrorism of it. It's really profound. I don't have words to properly capture the horror of it, the indignity of it. And then you come here and you see that mural. You see the Uhuru House. You see the optimism and the strength of the African Revolution, and you know that you're on the right side. Right on. Right? Uhuru, Uhuru. So to introduce us to the power of the Black Power Blueprint and to get everyone ready for this amazing tour. So, get ready, make sure you have your belongings on you. You're ready for a little bit of cold weather, because I'm about to welcome up the architect of the Black Power Blueprint, the visionary leader, Deputy Chair Omali Yeshitela. Uhuru. Oh, we're gonna bring up Kitty Riley too. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Hands off Uhuru. Hands off Africa. So we're getting ready to go on a fantastic tour. So before we go on the tour, we want to give like a brief summation of what you're going to be seeing. We want to also show you some of the pictures of what happened exactly in this room before it was this beautiful. So we'll be showing you a lot of the before pictures of all the institutions that you're going to be touring. So, Uhuru, and welcome to the Midwest. Next slide. Okay, since coming into leadership over all the economic development work of the organization, the Office of the Deputy Chair was mandated, and the Office of Reparations and Economic Development was called on by every organization to become independent and self-reliant. So that meant that every department and organization had to have an economic component to their department in order to be self-sufficient. So next slide. So I want to really salute and introduce my comrade, Kitty Riley, who has been on the ground with me almost day one. I remember I came here December of 2016, and I came back in January of 2017. And I was here kind of working by myself, and I called the chairman up and I say, Chairman, I really need somebody here on the ground with me full time. And I think you were in California. Kitty was in California, and Kitty came. And she's been here ever since. She's been on the ground with me side by side ever since. And I really want to salute her leadership around helping with the put the Black Power Blueprint on the ground. She is the promotions and project director for this program. So I'm really happy to have you here with me today. It's so exciting.
Uhuru, Deputy Chair, before you go, I just want to say what a profound honor it is to work under your leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela's leadership, the party's leadership, but your leadership in this tremendous project that has allowed me to deepen my unity, you know, and win reparations for this historic project, putting power in the hands of the Black community, reversing the Delmar divide and the verdicts of colonialism. Uhuru, thank you so much.
So we're going to go really, really quickly because we only have 30 minutes to present this. So Kitty, you ready?
I'm going to talk fast.
So next slide. So of course, we've already, you know, introduced our chairman 100 times, and we just really want to salute him again. Next slide. Director Akile don't need any introductions. She's been on the ground here too as well. She's the director of agitation and propaganda, the Burning Spear editor, heads up the Black Power 96 radio station, and she's one of the unindicted co-conspirators. Next slide. And Zay Mbiezi, the mighty chair of the Uhuru Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign and the administrator of the Office of the Chair.
Saluting APSC Chairwoman Penny Hess, another unindicted co-conspirator who was the first white person that heard the chairman and internalized African internationalism as her own, leading the way under the leadership of the party for the colonizer nation to abandon our historic role and join the African Revolution through reparations. And Jesse Neville, chair of USM, who courageously is building a national mass movement of white people who say no to white nationalism and hands off Uhuru.
Uhuru. So Uhuru, I'm very excited to present to you the Black Power Blueprint here in St. Louis. For the last 6 years, we've been here on the ground making it happen. St. Louis Black Power Blueprint sits on the shoulders of 50 plus years of leadership from the African People's Socialist Party, relentless struggle for dual and continuing powers in the hands of the African working class. Next slide. We want to share this short video that shows just some highlights of the Black Power Blueprint from 2017 up until 2022 in January.
The Black Power Blueprint means that I will not want everybody to enjoy and get a chance to see another side of North St. Louis.
The Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis was born following the police murder of Mike Brown in 2014. The Black Power Blueprint is testimony to the fact that Mike Brown and the hundreds of other Black people killed by the colonial police did not die in vain. The African People's Education and Defense Fund and Black Star Industries believe we must go beyond protest. We must build institutions of economic and political power in the hands of the Black working class community. In 2017, we initiated the Black Power Blueprint in North St. Louis under the bold and innovative leadership of Omali Yeshitela, president of the African People's Education and Defense Fund, and we have already transformed our community. We purchased and renovated the Uhuru House at 4101 West Florissant Avenue, which was ready for use by early 2018. We bought 2 adjacent buildings down the street at College and West Florissant. In 2019, we demolished the corner building, which is slated to become a community basketball court. Even during the pandemic, we didn't miss a beat. And throughout the year 2020, we completed the stage in the outdoor space, installed a wrought iron fence, and then planted the garden.
This is powerful because you're here.
We completely renovated the 4-plex apartment building on College Avenue that will provide housing for our African Independence Workforce Training Program for our brothers and sisters coming out of the prison system. We also demolished 2 other nearby buildings on West Florissant to make way for retail shops and contracted with the LRA for property designated for an African women's facility. In 2021, we installed an electronic sign on the side of the Uhuru House. We had a huge victory in June 2021 when we launched our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market with a grant from the USDA. The initiative of the Black Power Blueprint has mobilized the North St. Louis African community and won supporters, volunteers, and donors from every part of the city and around the world. Some make donations as a stand of reparations to the African community.
We believe in the democratic anti-colonial right to be able to have community control of every aspect of our lives.
Many community members have expressed what the Black Power Blueprint means to them.
You see the money going back into the community.
We want to build our neighborhoods to get our families back.
Volunteer and donate at blackpowerblueprint.org.
So right now, we're gonna go through a snapshot of what has really been developed up until now.
Quoting Chairman Omali Yeshitela in one of his most important overview papers, "Victory is ours, hesitation is betrayal." Chairman says, "We are living in an era where history is being condensed and conclusions previously taking decades and generations to comprehend are occurring within a matter of weeks and days." Next slide. Seizing territory was the #1 goal. The party began taking back the African community's properties that was stolen through colonial plunder under the guise of back taxes or abandoned by white flight following the Black Power movement of the 1960s. Properties were viciously seized and left to rot by the city, hoarding them in its land bank for future corporate and white developers and neo-colonial politicians. Next slide. Since the onset of COVID, the party's leadership of the economic front is in a whole new place. But we cannot get comfortable as the crisis has not reached its peak, only at the tipping point. The party is creating an economic infrastructure with centralized economic leadership, exercising self-government, and carrying out the party's strategy of building economic institutions for dual and contending power that erodes the colonial mode of production. The party is constructing the government, contributing to the functioning of a state entity, a state apparatus. Next.
St. Louis is now the headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement. Since 2017, we have acquired land, condemned buildings, and began renovation. These 14 properties is completed, at least 5 of them in less than 6 years. The first one is 4101 West Florissant, and you're sitting in it right now. We purchased this condemned building from a private owner in June 2017. Black Star Industry purchased and renovated. The cost of renovation was $150,000. We did this in less than 10 months, which was a record.
Yep.
There was no plumbing, no heat, no air conditioning, no electricity, and no floors. And I want to just say, Kitty and I were the contractors for this building. Next slide. So we completed renovation in April of 2018. And as a matter of fact, USM was one of the first, we had your USM conference here in April of 2018. And electronic message sign and awning installed with SLDC facade grant. 3 years delay in approval and funding after submission in 2018. So it took them 3 years to give us the funding to put up an electronic sign on the outside. Uhuru.
Next slide. So this is 4031 West Florissant. Next door, we created an outdoor venue with covered stage, decorative fencing, lighting, water for gardening, and a 50-foot flagpole. Next slide. These 4 lots were purchased from the LRA, and we combined the 4 lots into 4031 by April 2018. By May 2018, we demolished the 2 buildings that sat there and completed the project by February 2020. Next slide. We united the community by installing a 50-foot flagpole that flies a 25-foot red, black, and green flag. Landscape architects designed the outdoor venue space, and we contracted to build it. Just to say that the party had already put a 50-foot flagpole in St. Petersburg, which was really historic. And when Deputy Chair got here, she said a 50-foot flagpole is going to sit right there. And buses were stopping, bus drivers, school kids saluting, families stopping, coming out, giving political education, history lessons to their children. I mean, it just was profound. Next slide. We won a rainscaping grant from the Missouri Sewer District and installed permeable brick pavers. We won 2 annual grants from Brightside St. Louis for trees, flowers, plants, shrubs, and gardening tools. The mural was installed with the St. Louis Gateway Foundation grant, and Jamie the artist began painting on June 1st, 2022. This is the Black Power Gary Brooks Community Garden. That's Mr. Gary. Our April planting of the Gary Brooks Black Power Community Garden will be in its 5th annual season this year. We have 9 vegetable garden boxes. Flowers and trees were in bloom, and young apple and peach trees will bear fruit. Next slide. We have planted mustard, turnip greens, collards, okra, squash, tomatoes, cucumbers, kale, red and green cabbage, sweet bell peppers, and a variety of herbs and more. Next slide. We just have 3 more slides showing the wonderful, wonderful volunteers to say what invaluable contributions they have made. We don't have time to name them. Next slide. Here are others that include student groups, neighbors, members of the community, and USM members. Everyone joins in. Next slide.
Our One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market began June of 2021 with a 3-year grant from USDA. We are in our final year for this grant, and the market will be in a new location, the O'Fallon Park neighborhood, right up the street. The market season will begin May and go to October 2023. Here are some of the pictures from the market. And here, next slide, here are some more pictures of the vendors. Our third property is at 4368 College Avenue at West Florissant, and it's the Black Power Vanguard Community Basketball Court. We purchased the lot from LRA at 4368 College in January 2018 to be the future home of the community basketball court. The bricks started falling as the buildings were falling apart, so we had to prioritize and begin this project earlier. Next slide. Demolition of the condemned commercial building happened in May of 2019. Next slide. The official groundbreaking ceremony happened on April 11th. We started with the basketball court with the lighting, the fencing, the bleachers, and the retaining wall, as well as the mural. The basketball program will improve our health strengths, our relationships in our community, foster communication skills in our youth, lower stress, boost mood and self-esteem, and celebrate a long life memories for our children and their children that will last a lifetime.
This was no easy project, as we can explain more on the tour. Grading the property, getting ready to install electrical wiring under the ground was a nightmare. Pictured here is our electrician, Jason Pye, with Mr. Hayes and Ray Woods contracting, rebuilding the retaining wall. Next slide. Pouring the concrete slab took 8.5 truckloads. This was a major construction project. Next slide. We see a photo of Chairman overlooking the project daily. You know, pouring could not stop until it was completed, and then the sport court material was installed. Next slide. Jamie the artist took on her second Black Power Blueprint project, creating the mural along the 100-foot retaining wall. Next slide. Thanks to the chairman for the name and logo ideas. We will be taking a live tour of the location, so we want you to be surprised to see how beautiful it is. APDF spent upward to $160,000 for final completion of that project.
The next address is 4358 College Avenue, which is the housing for the African Independent Workforce Housing. Next slide. We purchased this 4-plex building from a private owner in December of 2017. Next slide. Here are some of the contractors and workers employed through APDF and the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. Here are some of the before pictures of the fourplex. And, you know, we had mostly all African contractors and workers and indigenous and Mexican people working on these properties. Next slide. Here's some more pictures of before and after. Oh, that's you.
Well, saluting Philly Uhuru Furniture and Uhuru on the Move, one of the institutions of the same nonprofit, African People's Education and Defense Fund. There's a photo of Allison, the store manager, and Bub, who's over the whole Uhuru on the Move, and the truck team for driving close to 900 miles through the snowy Pennsylvania mountains to deliver a truckload of beautiful furniture from APEDF's Uhuru Furniture. It was actually less expensive to do that than to get used furniture in St. Louis. Would never be the quality. And next slide.
Here is myself and the Kenge unloading the beds and bringing them into the fourplex. Beds are being put together and set up by volunteers as well.
J.D. Shep Foundation donated a grant for all the appliances in some of the AC units, saluting the grants team.
Next slide. The party is planning a ceremony dedicating the African Independence Workforce Program housing to Richard Mafundi Lake. And each apartment will be also dedicated to a heroic African political prisoner, Sione Akali, Desi X Woods, Matula Shakur, and Asada Shakur. The finishing plans include going to UFC to purchase a truckload of furniture, which we've done already, and also Enzo. So it's gonna be really a surprise when you see this. So here's a sneak peek of just a little bit of the furniture that you're gonna be seeing on the tour. Our next property is at 4007 West Florissant, and it's gonna be the Black Power Square Retail and Development Center. Purchased these properties in July of 2019 from the LRA. We demoed the condemned buildings in 2020 from a grant we received from Cliff Bar. We had invested $20,000 and it would cost $350,000 total to complete this project. We are looking for funding opportunities to begin building this project from the ground up. The vision is a shipping container complex that will provide affordable move-in ready spaces to grow local businesses. Black Power Blueprint just met with Chicago organization that created a similar concept called Boxfield. So we just want to show you real quickly the concept of that, of what we want to build.
No, I don't know. It's not letting me open that.
It's not, okay, so we'll keep going. Oh, it's open for me, okay.
Oh,
Wait
you know
a
what? Okay, hold on. I think
Wait a minute,
Sorry, do it on this other.
what happened here? What happened to my thing? Oh my God. And she found it. There it is. We did all that.
Not now.
Time to get going, Layla.
Not now.
Hey, are you coming to Happy Hour?
Not now.
Now, when you're ready, Hiscox is there for you. Hiscox, protecting business dreams since 1901.
Boxville is this cauldron of culture, and it's this cauldron of connectivity and of innovation in the community and by the community.
A little bit of everything is happening at Boxville, and that's part of the goal, is to offer diverse options in a community that lacks many options to begin with. Boxville is Chicago's very first shipping container marketplace, where we're using modified shipping containers in place of traditional brick and mortar spaces.
Boxville saved my life. We're just growing and growing, and I'm just so thankful again for Boxville, for my team, my family that are part of Boxville.
I want to give more access to runners on the south side because there were no running stores south of Roosevelt and Canal. I'm the only store currently on the south side of Chicago for running.
So I've been in Boxville almost a year, coming up in this June. The pandemic was a gift and a curse. For me, the gift was I was able to finally finally open up my produce store.
Business has been great. We're introducing some new things to the community, and the community has been coming out and supporting us, and we love it.
Come on down to the hot dog box.
Boxville is literally like a business class, a business course. You know, it's really cool to integrate ourselves with other aspiring entrepreneurs.
We have a lot of support helping us learning how to properly scale and grow our business, and I think that's really important.
So in the front market square are mostly your food enterprises, where we have our produce markets and top-up vendors. And then the back neighborhood square is more of your retail commercial spaces. So we have 10-foot containers, 20-foot and 40-foot containers. We like to start people small and then they grow. That's the idea. We're in the middle of landlord-tenant and partnership. We're in the middle there to encourage them, to give them a platform for their business to be set up for success.
When I walked in with my daughter into this building in 2005, this sign hung on the outside, on the west face of the wall.
Bernard Lloyd, who is our founder, president of all of the initiatives, a local resident, this started in his basement.
The objective was first to beautify, but then to also bring people together, people from different segments of this neighborhood, older folks, younger folks, professionals, blue-collar folks. Boxville has doubled every year, and much more than just growing, it's doubled in vitality, it's doubled in diversity of offering, it's doubled or more in impact.
So here we have a Lego model, who doesn't love Legos, of Boxville, what I refer to as 1.0. This is to scale. Boxville has grown tremendously over the past year. We started 2020 with 4 enterprises. We ended 2020 with 9. So our site is expanding, and the goal is to get to 100 containers, Boxville 2.0, where we're planning on putting 100 containers on site, building straight up. So imagine 4 stories of shipping containers. You see real time how your work is affecting people and growing businesses, because commerce is the key to rebuilding a community.
You have these forms of culture that come together in Boxville and that provide so many opportunities for connection.
Know your motto, and would you be interested in, just speaking to us, giving us some point. They were so excited. They had heard about the Black Power Blueprint and APDF and what we have been doing. And they said, you are our sister organization, so we're going to be traveling to Chicago to meet with them and discuss how we can get the Black Power Blueprint started here on the ground. So I'm really excited about this project. So up next is 3771 West Florissant. It's going to be the home of Uhuru Movement, our Women's Health Center. And we really battled opposition from the alderperson to secure this property along West Florissant Avenue. And as a matter of fact, elections are happening right now, and the alderperson who was in opposition, he lost the election. So yay. All right, next slide. So we purchased this lot from LRA in September 2020. The architectural plans developed and approved by the LRA on October 2021. Building this capacity to nurture, support, and cultivate healing and wellness skills give African women the opportunity to care for our bodies, which is life-producing. Even more, these women can return the skills they acquire towards building economic capacity for the community members who they train themselves. Next slide. The foundation of Uhuru Movement is yoni steaming, a self-care technique that promotes health and reduces stress. It will teach self-care to women who are overworked and extremely stressed by limited resources and the lack of safety in the world at large due to colonial conditions. Next slide. This health center will not only impact the women it serves, but will train women to become entrepreneurs. Economic empowerment is the foundation of the ability to create the kind of life you deserve. Working for oneself allows for full empowerment because you are in charge. Next slide. This health center will offer a real ground-up approach to community development. As individuals are empowered and work together to empower others in the community becomes self-sufficient. self-sufficiency, reduces stress, and provides safety in a way that nothing else does. Next slide. The training took place already. Actually, the training took place on the day that we got raided by the FBI, Friday, July 29th. This training happened in spite of the raid that happened here. Uhuru. Next slide. We're looking to complete this project in 2024. This project total is $420,000 that we projected. We've raised $200,000 already, and we are not stopping. So I want to see if you can play that video really quickly. It's like 2 minutes. Lisa.
Each year, the number of babies that die during childbirth in St. Louis could populate 15 kindergarten classrooms. The Black community in St. Louis suffers from an infant mortality rate 3.3 times that of white people. In a city that is home to some of the best medical care in the country, African women are denied access to prenatal and postnatal care. There is nothing natural about this. These are symptoms of an unjust colonial system. Our power and our self-determination have been taken from us. But we are fighting to take back the power over our own communities and resources and the futures of our children. The Uhuru Movement African Women's Health Center is the latest initiative of the Black Power Blueprint, a comprehensive neighborhood revitalization project that is transforming North St. Louis through renovation, self-sustaining economic development, and political power by and for the Black community. Uhuru Wakulea, or Freedom to Nurture in Swahili, will be a Black-led wellness education center to empower Black women and girls in caring for our physical, mental, and emotional wellness. Our vision is to provide health and self-care programs that reinforce our traditional African culture. We are investing in the future of our community with doula and childbirth educator certification programs, along with opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Our programs will address the mental and physical health of Black girls and women, including prenatal, birthing, and postnatal care, trauma-informed yoga, an annual African Girls' Day event, a medicinal herb treatment program, and more. We have already begun training 15 African women from North St. Louis to become certified doulas. We've acquired the land for the health center, and now we need the funding to begin construction and bring this much-needed respite to our community. When we have power over our own communities, our resources, and our own health care, no African mother will have to mourn the loss of her baby, and every African child will have a future of prosperity and peace. Support this innovative and empowering program. Donate today.
Next slide. Oops.
Each year, the number of
All righty, great. The next program is at 3723 Goodfellow Boulevard. It's the Uhuru Jiko Bakery Cafe and African Independence Workforce Program. As with all the properties, Deputy Chair found the building for Jiko online in the early hours of the morning. Uhuru. The building was purchased from private ownership October 2017. Architectural plans and bakery design developed by local architect Dwayne Thompson and international bakery designer Michael Suaz. Internal demolition was completed June 13th, 2022. $150,000 has been raised so far for what we project as $1,200,000 total project. Next slide. Uhuru Jiko is the home of Uhuru Foods and Pies, in operation for almost 40 years as an economic development project of Black Star Industries. Our pies are famous. Next slide. Interior demolition began in June. Patrick, his crew, brilliant. Next slide. More pictures. This is just incredible. And now this is how it looks when we go to it today. So it's really ready for the build out. Uhuru.
Next, we have 4207 College Avenue, which is the NPDOM national headquarters. We purchased this building in 2017, and the Conrads are using it for the headquarters for the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. Next slide. They're also producing Uzi in that location as well. Next slide.
This is 2654 Gravois, Uhuru Solidarity Center, carrying the banner, unity through reparations. No wonder the FBI attacked this rear base. Uhuru was purchased from private owner in September 2021. Upon purchase, had a minor renovations. It's $255,000 cost. Home of the Uhuru Planet that manufactures all the t-shirts and other products there, as well as opening up for retail sales. Next slide. APSC and USM held the grand opening and welcomed the neighboring community in. Uhuru.
The next property is 4617 Natural Bridge, which is now going to be the home of the annual headquarters, the African National Women's Organization. This is a mixed-use property, a commercial storefront with an apartment up above. So we just really started to demo this location. You can see we're walking through and preparing for the demolition for this building. Next slide. Here's some more of the interior. And here is the clean out. It's cleaned out now. So ANWO will have their national headquarters here. They'll be doing a building fund, raising resources to renovate this location. Next slide.
5818 Ferris Avenue, purchased a few doors from GECO but it shares the yards. The yards border each other. So the backyard of GECO borders this property at 5818 and the next property at 5824 Ferris, which is really incredible because the training program can happen in one of these, making it classrooms, et cetera. There's all kinds of possibilities. The way Deputy Chair always moves is to be able to get things near each other. This property was recently acquired through sale for $2,838. This property is down the block and across the street from the basketball court. It's like the minute you get property from the city that they let it rot for the past 40 years, doing nothing, the minute you get it, you get code enforcement right away. Fix this up, fix that up, fix this up. Anyway, it's storefront commercial property. Next slide. And this is the second one, purchased from tax sale, $4,534, many possibilities. This is about 4 blocks away.
Next slide. So you have now had a glimpse of some of the work the party has accomplished in the last 6 years in St. Louis against all odds, including nonstop opposition from the sellouts of our community and the reactionary tradition of the colonizer nation. It is clear that the Black Power Blueprint is negating the colonial economy and raising up our community through the Black Power Blueprint. Next slide. The recent attacks by the FBI on our chairman, Director Akile, and the African People's Solidarity Committee leaders, Chairwoman Penny and USM Chair Jesse, are intended to stop. Little did they know the profound leadership of the chairman, who recognized COINTELPRO and immediately waged a counteroffensive to build the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign. Next slide. As you know, the FBI broke into 7 of our institutions and home in 2 separate states, supposedly around indictments of Russia nationalists. But we know that this is a smokescreen. The real intent is to gather information to level some trumped up charges in an attempt to stop the 50 years of relentless struggle in advancement of the worldwide struggle for African liberation. We must build a Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa campaign to defend the chairman and our leaders, Africa and the African nation. We're asking everyone to become a part of this campaign to fight by going to handsoffahuru.org or join one of the committees and support the Black Power Blueprint. The sky's the limit. What set us apart is not what we say, but what we do. So let's go on the tour. Uhuru.
Uhuru. I think at this point, we're asking everyone. Chairman, you coming up? Chairman's coming up.
I think that what should be really clear is that through the work of the deputy chair and her team, the African People's Socialist Party is redesigning North St. Louis. What should really be clear, it's being recreated. And that's what's the war, part of this war against us is that. The fact that we've shown what the people can do independent of the government and despite the government. The government has locked us into this process of permanent poverty and what have you, permanent despair. And it's not just a basketball court. It's not just this place. If you see what was just presented to you, the entire North St. Louis is being redesigned and bringing in resources that the government wouldn't. The government, but the fact that, sorry. But the fact that we are doing it shows that it can be done.
Yes.
And if the government wanted to do it, it's got so much resources and resources that belong to the people here that we don't have access to. That's the significance of your presence, your participation in this process. People ask how you're going to get reparations. We say we're getting it. And what reparation means is to repair. And this is what we talk about. We're talking about redesigning North St. Louis, building. That's all it is that we're about. We're doing everything they can to stop it. So July 29th, the threat to imprison me, the threat to kill me, the attack on the others who are considered unindicted co-conspirators, our homes, et cetera, is a form of warfare. And even the banks involved in. When you look at sanctioning as a form of warfare, when you take away the ability of people to have resources to live and to develop and create, that's warfare by other means. So I just wanted to say that, and we should really appreciate all this incredible work and should really, I hope, have a deep appreciation for your participation in this process. Whether you ever walk a picket line or not, whether you ever participate in a demonstration or not, whether you are ever at the barricades or not, the work that you do to make this happen is fight back, and this your participation in changing the world. So become an unindicted co-conspirator. Uhuru.
Uhuru, that was definitely just extremely powerful. And I want to give a salute to Deputy Chair Omali Yeshitela and her team for the incredible work in mobilizing the community and building the Black Power community and blueprint. And I want to remind you that you are tuned in live to the daily broadcast of the free speech trial of the century. The U.S. government versus the Uhuru 3, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. My name is Mariah, and I am joined by my co-host, Stephanie, as we bring you classic presentations, media interviews, and analysis of this case as part of this important broadcast that is being done to make sure that although cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, the people are kept informed on the daily activities in court and that continue to define the truth of who Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru 3 are, and why we must defend the right to engage in anti-colonial free speech. Next on our broadcast, we want you to hear directly from Jesse Neville, chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, working under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, to win white people to win the principal stance of reparations to African people. This presentation by Chair Jesse is from the 2024 Uhuru Solidarity Movement Convention, which took place in the St. Louis Uhuru House, headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party. The theme of this dynamic convention was "No More Genocide in Our Name," a fitting call to the white people to stand in principled solidarity with the colonized people of the world. Uhuru.
Uhuru! Hands off Uhuru! Hands off Africa! Unity through! Free Palestine! Uhuru, everybody. Uhuru. And did we mention Chicago in the house? Okay, Uhuru. We also have John McCarthy here from Chicago joining us. Uhuru. And any other locations we didn't mention, please feel free to. We got Nashville, Tennessee. Uhuru. Uhuru. Anywhere else we missed, please. Where was that? We got New Mexico. Uhuru. All right. Tampa. Athens, Ohio. All right. Keep it going. Asheville, North Carolina. All right, great. I just want to welcome everybody again to this incredible conference and give another round of applause for the brilliant presentations that we've heard up to this point, starting with Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Uhuru Chairman. And also salute to Chairwoman Penny Hess for that very powerful presentation earlier, Uhuru Chairwoman Penny. And I also want to thank Makeda for that incredible performance earlier of the poem and the song. Thank you so much to Makeda. And also thank Comrade Vice Chair Amanda for the dedication. Uhuru, Amanda. And I want to join in saluting and welcoming Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, who is here with us and who will be speaking a little bit later in today's program. Uhuru, Deputy Chair. And I have more salutes, but before I move on to that, I just want to unite with what Jamie said, that while listening to the chairman speak, that was the thought that kept coming to my mind, which is, doesn't it offend you that the United States government expects you or anyone to believe that anyone, Russian or otherwise, is behind the scenes telling Chairman Omali Yeshitela what to think, what to say, what to do? Doesn't that offend you? And that is the premise of this entire bogus prosecution. But I don't really think the United States government even believes that. And we've learned from Chairman Omali Yeshitela about Marcus Garvey 100 years ago, who fought to build a movement of 11 million African people to unite and liberate Africa. And J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI put him in prison on charges of mail fraud. I don't think that J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI were really concerned about mail fraud. And that's why they put Marcus Garvey in prison. And it is as absurd to think that mail fraud is the reason they put Garvey in prison, who they had been surveillancing for years, as it is to think that Russian influence is the reason that they are trying to put the chairman in prison. That it's not about Russia ultimately, or being a Russian agent. It's, as the chairman said, and as Chairwoman Penny said, that African people have agency. And through Chairman Omali Yeshitela, through the African People's Socialist Party, Africa and African people have their own agency. And that's what they're trying to crush. And I also just wanted to mention that J. Edgar Hoover, who is just a figurehead that we associate with the FBI repression of the African liberation movement. Of course, it's way bigger than one person, as they try to make it into, it's just about J. Edgar Hoover's insane obsessions and stuff like that. But nonetheless, he got his start working to destroy the Garvey movement in the 1920s. He was, and still to this day, was the longest running FBI director. He was the director of the FBI for almost 50 years. And he became most notorious for presiding over the COINTELPRO program, which was, as the chairman teaches us, just one aspect of the colonial state's counterinsurgency against the African Revolution that worked to militarily crush the Black Revolution of the 1960s and put dozens of African revolutionary leaders in prison and kill hundreds of them and force others into exile. And in 1972, May of 1972, J. Edgar Hoover died. He died. He drew his last breath, assuming that his work was done and that he had accomplished his mission of eradicating the revolutionary struggle of African people. May of 1972, J. Edgar Hoover draws his last breath. And within days after, the African People's Socialist Party draws its first breath. So I just wanted to say that, and here we are now, 50, 60 years later, and the US government is trying to put Chairman Omali Yeshitela in prison. And I want to unite with what Chairwoman Penny said, that part of this convention, the commitment of this convention, is that we will do our part as the solidarity front of the African Revolution to build the hands-off Uhuru strategy, to win the court of public opinion. Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru Three will not see a day in prison. That is our commitment. So I also just want to ask, quick show of hands, if you are not yet a member of the Uhuru Solidarity, well, I'm not going to raise my hand. If you are not yet a member, okay, we have some hands here. Not yet a member, okay. Before you leave this conference today, our goal is that you will become a member of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. As part of getting to that, just 1,000 is just the beginning of the millions of white people that we have to win to stand on the side of the African Revolution, which is in our true interests. So I just also wanted to salute and appreciate Director Akile Anai, Chair Mwezi Odom, Akenge Mayele, and all of the other members of the African People's Socialist Party. And I also want to thank and salute the Uhuru Three legal team, who we will get to hear from later today. Our attorneys, Mataki Akbar, Addie Griffin, Leonard Goodman, Angela Rainey, and Tom Inskeep, who work under the chairman's leadership to wage a fierce fight back in the courts against these bogus attacks. I want to unite with the call to free Leonard Peltier, not one more year, free Palestine, victory to the Palestinian people, and also salute and thank Veterans for Peace, who worked with us on coordinating a vigil for Aaron Bushnell and who are here with us today. We have representatives from here in St. Louis and from Fresno, California. Thank you to Veterans for Peace for being with us today. To the Center for Political Innovation, who have been from day one out there fighting to demand the charges against the Uhuru Three be dropped and have stood in principled unity with this struggle from the very beginning. Uhuru to Center for Political Innovation. We have John McCarthy here with us. And to all of our supporters and endorsers who have come here to defend anti-colonial free speech. This convention today stands with the anti-colonial free speech movement. The Uhuru Solidarity Movement is the African People's Socialist Party's solidarity front within the white population to organize us white people, as Chairwoman Penny so eloquently laid out, to recognize that our true interests are not with this baby-killing, terroristic, genocidal colonial system, destroyer of life and the planet Earth itself. Our true interests are one with the rest of humanity. And as the chairman teaches us, what has kept us from realizing our true interests as being one with the rest of humanity has been our own white opportunism, our own willingness over and over again to sacrifice the long-term interests of humanity to pursue our own narrow, short-term interests as colonizers on the pedestal of the backs of everybody else. So what the African People's Socialist Party has created for us with the African People's Solidarity Committee, with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, is the only meaningful way to right that wrong, to rectify our history, to end our complicity, and to abandon and betray our own ruling class. With the creation of APSC and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, the chairman and the party have opened up a new front in the white community, in our homes, in our neighborhoods, on our campuses, in our communities, the communities of the colonizer, and recruited us to become instruments of the anti-colonial struggle, to become vessels through which the voice, message, and strategy of the African Revolution speaks into the homes and communities of the colonizer. So therefore, the attack on the anti-colonial free speech that has primarily targeted Chairman Omali Yeshitela is also attacking anti-colonial free speech when it includes in these indictments APSC and USM, Chairwoman Penny Hess, and myself. Because when they try to silence us, when they try to silence you as the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, they are trying to silence the African Liberation Movement. The attack on our right to speak, on our right to say, no more genocide in our name, white solidarity with Black power, is an attack on African people's right to free speech, because we are the voice of Black power in white face. We are a means through which the African Revolution speaks into the other side of the colonial divide. So this is a new development in history. This is a breakthrough that Chairman Omali Yeshitela has made possible. And I have this book up here, Overturning the Culture of Violence by Chairwoman Penny, that I wanted to just refer to for a moment and encourage people to check this out. In this book, Chairwoman Penny talks about something that Chairman has talked about a lot recently as well, this whole question of free speech in the 1960s. And the fact that in the 1960s, I think it was 1964, there were white college students at UC Berkeley who were tabling, they were doing outreach tables in support of the Congress of Racial Equality, in support of the Civil Rights Movement. These were students who had been involved in the Freedom Rides, the Mississippi Summer Project, and were connected to the struggle of African people at that time. They were holding outreach tables in solidarity with that struggle. The campus police came in, asked them to show ID, they refused, and their table was shut down and they were arrested. And this led to big demonstrations and the famous speech of what's his name? Mario Savio, yes, about throwing your body on the gears and all of that. And it created this big free speech movement. That's what they called it, the free speech movement at UC Berkeley, which had nothing to do with the fact that the impetus for this fight for free speech was the right to support the Black struggle. These white people at that time just completely forgot what had gotten them involved to begin with. And they were out there saying, we support civil rights. The campus said, you can't say that. They said, we can say whatever we want. As white people, it was no longer about, we have the right to stand with the Black community. And that's why the chairman is saying, yes, free speech, but it has to be an anti-colonial free speech movement. And that's what this gives us the opportunity to do. Fight for free speech, not just to make colonialism more democratic for us, but fight for free speech as a component of the struggle against colonialism. That's what this anti-colonial free speech movement is all about. And that's what this convention is all about. And that's what we are going to be talking about as we go forward in these next 2 days to talk about building the Uhuru Solidarity Movement and mobilizing for September 3rd in Tampa, Florida, 4-week trial at least. And I want to see the show of hands, who is planning to be with us in Tampa September 3rd for the trial of the century, the trial of the Uhuru 3. Okay, everybody's got their hands up in this room right now. That's what this is, Uhuru. So I want to say a few more things about the struggle against, against our opportunism as white people that the chairman has led to forge this organization and movement that we are a part of today, the African People's Solidarity Committee, the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. The chairman has talked about the fact that in the 1960s, it was the Black Revolution that radicalized white people, that mobilized white people into action. You had the women's liberation movement. You had the gay liberation movement. You had disability justice movements within the white community. Why? It wasn't just because those groups saw Africans struggling and said, oh, we should do that too. It was because the structure of the colonial system rests upon the oppression of African people. So therefore, the Black Revolution was an assault on the foundation of the whole social system. And when African people's resistance began to destabilize that social system, it created the space for anybody else facing oppression in that social system to come forward and fight for their liberation. But just like with the free speech movement, when the US government came in and crushed the Black Revolution, those same white people who had been mobilized by the Black Revolution abandoned the Black Revolution, did not come to its defense when it came under siege by the FBI and other police forces in this country, and instead, on the backs of that destroyed movement, worked to build opportunistic white rights movements, no longer fighting for liberation, but just fighting for equality or rights within the social system on the backs of African people. And today we are seeing on the backs of the attack on the African People's Socialist Party, an intensification on the attacks on free speech for everybody. It is happening. It is happening. And recently the chairman gave an address to the African nation. And I want to quote something that I think is extremely important that the chairman said. He said, political repression is happening throughout the United States, achieving a character normally associated just with the attacks on Africans, Mexicans, indigenous, and colonized people. White people have generally characterized this colonial intrusion on the rights of white people, of colonial citizens, as fascism. This thing called fascism can only occur for the colonizer or white people because the crisis stemming from the resistance of the colonized to their ongoing theft of their resources and their liberty that enriches the colonizers is accepted by the colonizers as our crisis. So the stability of the social system comes apart because the colonized peoples are resisting that social system. So because of our opportunism, we see that crisis caused by that resistance as our crisis. Instead of seeing, as the chairman says, that the resistance of African and colonized peoples is our resistance, that African resistance should be our resistance, that African liberation can be our liberation. That's what the Uhuru Solidarity Movement is about. Uhuru. And when we understand this, that's exactly right, Chairman. When we understand this, we understand why, as the chairman said, Aaron Bushnell was in solidarity with himself when he did what he did in solidarity with the Palestinians. That when we find our way to solidarity with the African and oppressed peoples of the world, we find our way to solidarity with ourselves, with our own humanity, with our own genuine interests on the planet Earth, which can never be separate from the interests of the rest of humanity. This convention stands in complete and unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people. We speak for all white people, including Jews, who want to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people for their total liberation from the river to the sea. And we believe that it is crucial for those of us in the US who want to oppose the US-backed slaughter in occupied Palestine to recognize, as the chairman says, that we can't separate, divide, isolate that from the larger struggle against colonialism. The Palestinians have always understood that. Yes. That's why, as Chairwoman Penny talked about, they stood with Africans in Ferguson in 2014. That's why in the 1960s and 70s, they stood with the African Liberation Movement. The Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine in 2014 issued a statement, not just supporting what was happening in Ferguson, but saying the Black struggle leads the world. It's only white people, white leftists, who have not been able to understand that and who have insisted on dividing oppressed people's struggles and pitting them against each other and making it about which one we focus on at any given time, rather than understanding that it's one system. It's one colonial mode of production. It's one revolution. It's the African revolution is the world revolution. That's what we have to understand. The party stands 100% for a free Palestine and is committed to the liberation of Palestine, not just by engaging in protests, but by doing what the Palestinians are doing and working to negate and overturn colonialism. That's what the African People's Socialist Party is about. Colonialism must go from North St. Louis to the West Bank, to the Gaza Strip, whether in the stolen occupied land of Palestine in the illegitimate US-backed Israeli settler state, or in the stolen indigenous land in the illegitimate US settler colonial state.
From sea to shining sea.
That's right, from sea to shining sea. Victory to the indigenous people from sea to shining sea. Chairman talked about Joe Biden. Here's a good Joe Biden quote. He said, if Israel did not exist, well, first he said, my dad always told me you don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist. And I am a Zionist, which is, we agree. And then he said, if Israel did not exist, the US would have to invent it. And that's incredible because white power did invent Israel. My dad is older than the state of Israel. And with funding, support, arms, Israel would fall tonight without the United States. And the follow-up to that, as the chairman has said, without slavery, without genocide, without the oppression of African and indigenous people, would there be a United States? And his answer is no, 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 1,000 times no. So this is why, as white people, if we are serious about fighting for a free Palestine, we have to join under the leadership of the African Revolution in the belly of the beast, fighting to bring down the colonial mode of production that is killing and destroying people all around the world. No more genocide in our name is not just a demand to stop genocide, it is a call to action to fight for reparations to African people. So I want to close by saying that Aaron Bushnell, as Amanda quoted earlier, he said, if you were alive during Jim Crow, during slavery, during apartheid, what would you do? We can add, if you were alive when the US government came to destroy the movement of Marcus Garvey, if you were alive when they came to destroy the Black Panther Party, when they killed Fred Hampton, when they assassinated Malcolm X, when they killed Martin Luther King, what would you do? You're doing it right now. You are alive. At the time when colonialism is being killed and the US government is trying to imprison Chairman Omali Yeshitela, trying to imprison those who tell the truth and fight for freedom. You are alive during that time. We are here. So what will we do? So that's what this convention is all about. It is time to fight. It is time to build. It is time to organize thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of white people to say that we will stand 100% with the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela to say no more genocide in our name. We will be launching a campaign to build marches against genocide initiated back in 1979, continuing today. In 2024, the March Against Genocide will happen in October of this year. We'll be talking about that more tomorrow. We will be launching a massive membership drive to win thousands of members into the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, to raise millions of dollars in reparations for the work of the African People's Socialist Party, to free Leonard Peltier, to fight for anti-colonial free speech. It is time to join and build the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, white solidarity with Black power, unity through Uhuru.
Uhuru, that was extremely powerful, Jesse Neville, and salute to you. And as we come to close up to wrapping up today's broadcast, we want to share with the audience the revolutionary cultural offerings of just artists who stand united with the call to protect free speech and to defend the Uhuru Dream. And we're excited to bring you just a taste of Poets Against Genocide, an open mic organized by the Uhuru Solidarity Movement in Tower Grove Park in St. Louis, Missouri on July 20th, 2024. Enjoy.
I'm very excited to bring up these comrades. They are musicians, they are members of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and they work so hard all the time, to bring other white people into this organization. I want to bring up James and Lauren, aka Trickster Figures. How can I help you set up here?
Let's see. I don't know. Let's see where she wants to be.
Also, I know everybody keeps saying, but there's some snacks and stuff. Feel free to help yourself. Yeah, for sure.
I think this is okay. Did you check the timer already?
I mean,
Loud enough? I'm quiet. Hello.
What do you think? Is that
anything you want? Is that loud enough?
Oh, we're Trickster Figures.
Woo-hoo.
We have a song. We played this at the last one, but at the last Poets for Genocide that we did. Against. It's actually not for genocide. Against. You guys are all against genocide, right? We are too.
Okay, here we go. Ooh.
Levels okay? Just have to remember it real quick.
Smoke and fire burn away. I'll be standing on a massive grave. They were selling your land on October 8th, and no God would tell you to annihilate a whole people. So victory, Palestina. Fucking alive, and we keep the peace fund, the IDF. Terror police spent $1 trillion more on the military. Use starvation siege as a policy, and no one should believe it, and no one should be fooled. There's no justice, there's no freedom under colonial rule. People are occupied, resistances justified. Intifada.
Israel bombs, USA funds. We don't resist, then there's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands.
Fight the silence, it's violent, it's violent, it's vile how quiet the media is. Genocide, apartheid, words we have to say, 'cause no God would tell you to look away from kids on fire. So victory, Palestine. When people are occupied, resistances justified. Intifada.
Israel bombs, USA funds. If we don't resist, then there's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands. Everyone needs to understand. There's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands. Everyone needs to understand. There's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands. Americans need to understand. There's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands. And everyone needs to understand. There's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands. And everyone needs to understand. There's blood on our hands. There's blood on our hands. And everyone needs to understand.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Tricks for Figures. Let's give it up again for him. He was awesome. Wow, really, really amazing. Wow, that was really, really good. All right, so this is really amazing so far. Thank you all. How's everybody doing, okay? Everybody hanging in there? Okay, good. And don't hesitate at any point to go to uhurusolidarity.org/join and become a member today of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement. All right, so next up, we have Casey, who's gonna, sorry, after Casey, we will have Katie come up, and then Bella. Belle? Okay, Belle. Oh yeah.
All right. Hi everybody, Uhuru.
Okay, let's raise it up a little
Okay.
bit.
Great. Thanks. Check, check. Sounds good, thank you. Great job, by the way. Love that beautiful song. My name is Casey, and I've actually been a member of Uhuru Solidarity Movement for a little over 8 years now. And I definitely encourage every white person to join, become a sustainer, volunteer, pay reparations. It's the right side of history, and I'm so grateful I found this organization, and really want to appreciate Uhuru Solidarity for putting this event together, and also really appreciate Fofi and Makeda for being here and performing their amazing art. So I'll be reading a poem written by somebody else named Joshua Amos Graff. And I just read it today, so I'm going to try and do it justice. And he has a little bio, so I'm going to be Joshua now. I'm a 44-year-old Springfield, Illinois resident and a very active participant in the Springfield poetry community. I have an associate's in fine art from Lincoln Land and a bachelor's in liberal studies from UIS. I frequently do volunteer work at the Garvey Tubman Cultural Center, which I mention to direct attention to the wonderful work they do. I love writing and abhor cruelty wherever it exists. I long to live in a world that is driven by peace, love, and kindness. Even though I struggle to believe such a thing will ever come to be, it doesn't mean I can't try to live and die by that standard. He's got 2 pieces, just titled 1 and 2. Here's the first one. I shouldn't get to smile while there are miles of lies that are used to combat the truth. When the horrors are too painful to view. When skin is made of shades of rubble, dust, and other exploded stuff, plus so much blood. When fathers hold the cold form of someone they love, and children cry for the mother or brother that won't be coming home again. When people pray for the day that the ones who were slain will meet them again in heaven. How can I justify any joy in my life when so many are trying to survive a genocide? When leaders use bombs like pesticide to smoke out any flesh that thrives and prevent Palestinians from ever putting down roots? It's not a boot on their neck, but the whole world is wrecked, and America won't check the suspect. Went ahead, picked up the expense for Israel's missile defense system, sent an aircraft carrier and more weapons of war for killing those who can barely raise a fist to resist without having to dodge artillery that hits escape routes, hospitals, and underground exits. It is almost impossible to not give in to depression and rage for the destruction of those who are murdering children. How does anyone maintain an ounce of sanity against 1 billion tons of agony? It is not fair that I can air this and then smile and go on like what's gone wrong barely even exists. Shout out again to the author Joshua, and this is the second piece. 2. In photos, I can see people I won't meet, but they're still kin to me. Not familiar, but sincerely considered part of my family. A bruised brother buried under an unstable structure that has collapsed. A father weeping for a limp body that looks like it's sleeping, while a sister and mother are staring at each other, confounded by the chaos. Our leaders try to play us, gaslight about the fires they light and the bombs they drop, as politicians twist themselves beyond knots to lie for the guys who destroy innocent lives. This corruption has become formalized and enshrined in the political systems of our time, allowing war crimes to be normalized. Thank you for Joshua for submitting these, and I'm so happy and honored I got to read them as part of this whole event. And also, I will be going to Florida for the September 3rd trial in defense of anti-colonial free speech. The U.S. government is not going to put my comrades in jail because they taught me about reparations and solidarity with Black Power. And also, I will donate $20 to the event today. Reparate, not my money, stolen.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Casey. And again, thank you, Joshua, for submitting your poems to be read aloud. It's awesome, awesome. Okay, so next up we have Katie, followed by Belle, and then Ren. So let's welcome up Katie.
Hi, can y'all hear me okay? Hi, my name is Katie Hargett Shu. I'm a Chinese American poet, and I'm going to be reading a poem that is indebted to June Jordan, Mother Goddess. And it was the first poem that I had really fully written after I was arrested at Washington University in St. Louis in this April. This poem is called Untitled. A witness telling of dogs in their training rends me inconsolable. So I lie in the slaughterhouse, the bull ring, the vegetable garden, the grassy knoll with roosters perfect in their unpressured flatness. I open the oracle box and close it. I know the dead do not give a damn. I won't hold the smallest of the new, of the mother who knows her perimeter of limestone and grass like I do. It is excruciating to know and know and know. No more knowing. I want a hammer. Someone will scold me for wanting a hammer. Someone will scold me for writing that the IOF trained dogs to rape Palestinian prisoners. Why do I have to look at this? Someone asks. At the Martyrs Park, I see chickens roaming the memory of hanging. My lover looks at my face and says, exactly. In the Martyrs Park, I am wearing the bag I could not remove when I was zip-tied. In the Martyrs Park, I am wearing the bag, but not the face, which in one night crawled through 7 years of regeneration and left only an effigy to saturate. I know and know and know, and the dead do not give a damn, that I dream of them, and I dream each night of the line I held and the cop descending to wring my cervical spine. When I was in jail, we talked poetry and direct democracy. When I was in jail, a concussion drained the poetry from my sweat. When I was in jail is ridiculous. I don't mind that there will never be a form of warfare named after me. My softness will never launch 1,000 ships. I am a rooster cupper duck watcher who builds nothing that cannot be quaked into ruin, where others will stroll and claim to glimpse my shadow in certain light. Oh, Erato, I cannot hear you when the ear is an apple eaten in the dark. There is nothing else to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Katie. Awesome, really, really appreciate it. So good. Yeah, and I really want to salute, all of like those student protesters that are facing these harsh kickbacks from, wanting to use their freedom of speech and their freedom to be able to protest what their own government is doing. So, just salute to you, Katie, and I'm glad that you're well enough and you're back and you're here strong, and look forward to hearing more poetry. All right, let's keep this thing going. Next we have Belle, followed by Ren, and then followed by Daniel. So let's welcome up Belle. All right, Belle.
Hello. Hi. I go by Belle. Some people call me Rebel because my first name is Rebecca, and I just really liked that combining the two gave me a little bit more power, just because I'm so angry and that we have to be here right now to talk about this, because it's almost as if it's something that you don't really need to discuss. It's almost as if moral should be stronger in this moment, and that people should be able to have freedom and not have it stripped away, not have to worry about their rights being taken. I'm gonna try to get through this as clearly as possible, because when I get upset, I just lose whatever communication skills I have. But here we go. Oh, also, I just wrote this, and it's more of a practice at becoming more articulate, because I want to be able to read poetry, write poetry, but you have to start somewhere. In such a rush to take, they do not see their mistake. Bloodshed does not discourage when it belongs to people's land they intend to pillage. In the name of freedom, they take more, saying it's liberty and justice for all, except when you speak against them for their phony sanctimony. They label you a terrorist and kill your family. I don't speak from personal experience, as I was born, forced to witness atrocity, and I must speak against it. I know love is meant to be shared across continents, race, and cultures, whether it means standing up against oppression in the system or those I've grown up around. My loyalty lies with ending genocide. Free Palestine, Uhuru!
Uhuru, hands off. What an incredible way to wrap up today's broadcast. So I just want to welcome people back. We are the official broadcast of the Uhuru 3 free speech trial, the U.S. government versus the Uhuru 3. Again, my name is Stephanie. The co-host today has been Mariah. And this is all part of the Hands Off Africa, Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Fight Back Coalition campaign that's been struggling for 2 years, this counter-offensive taking on the government and the government attacks on Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru 3. So we really want to thank everyone for joining us. I want to thank you, Mariah, for co-hosting today. It's been a really powerful day. We want to just remind people of a couple things before we wrap up. Participate in the call-in campaign, especially if you're not in the Tampa Bay area and can't be there in person, because that is, the priority. We need to continue to pack the courthouse. But if you can't be there in person, the next best thing is to participate in the international call-in campaign. And again, for all those details, you can go to handsoffuhuru.org. And the button is right on top in green, participate in the call-in campaign. Also want to remind everyone that our Spanish language trial update is at 8 p.m. Eastern time, and the French language trial update will be at 2 a.m. Eastern time, and that's 8 a.m. in France. Both of these are broadcast right here on Burning Spear YouTube. So we just want to say thank you for being with us today. We'll see you back tomorrow for more updates at 8 a.m. Eastern. We'll have more analysis, classic presentations on the official broadcast of the free speech trial of the century. We just want to say, Uhuru, hands off.
Uhuru.